All right, let's go ahead and jump in for today. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وأفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وعلى أصحابه الغر الميامين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين اللهم اجعلنا منهم اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. We begin by praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We praise him, we acknowledge that he is the only one worthy and deserving of all praise and thanks. We ask him to shower his most complete and abundant blessings and protection upon his noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, upon his noble family, upon his shining companions, and upon all of those that follow them until the end of time. And we ask Allah to include us from among them. We ask Allah to teach us what will benefit us, to benefit us through what he has taught us, and to increase us in knowledge and accepted actions. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everybody doing? Alhamdulillah, yeah. How did you guys like the orientation yesterday? Good, pretty straightforward. All right, so this is, I suppose, your first official class for this academic year. We're going to take it a little bit slow today, but our schedule for today, which is how I like to start all classes, is that we will be just doing a little bit of discussion on some logistics regarding this class. We'll be doing some introductions of everybody. I know you guys probably already did that yesterday, but I wasn't there. So just some introductions of everybody and what you all do. After that, we'll talk a little bit about the study of sarf itself. And then we will do our first assignment, our first task, our first homework, our first thing that we have to memorize together. And then after that, we will conclude with just a short review from the book, which we use as a supplement. So let's go ahead and jump in straight away with the logistics for this class. So some information, this class, like I believe you guys discussed yesterday with your hadith class, we have a class document, and pretty much everything that you need to know will be located on this document that I will share with you shortly. So it looks very similar to the hadith one, right? This is the document for this year. So we've got the links to all of the textbooks that we will be using for the different portions of the year that we will be using them, my contact information, office hours. And then underneath each class, I will post the PowerPoint, I will post the homework, I'll post the topics that we discussed. So all the dates for the class are already here, as well as major dates like our exams, days that we do not have class. And this takes us all the way through the end of the academic year, all right, all the way through to the end of July. So just to give you guys a little bit of a taste of what this will look like, this is last year's document. So PowerPoint, all the topics that we cover, and the homework assignment. So if you're ever wanting to know where the PowerPoints are, they're right here. If you want to know what you missed, if you had to miss a class, if you want, didn't get to copy down the homework, all of that stuff will be posted here every single class. If I forget, just, let me know. All right. And usually it's posted by the end of the day we have class. So that is our class document, fairly straightforward. So if you have any questions, this is like not really our version of a syllabus, but kind of if you ever miss anything, if you ever need to catch up on something, refer to this document first, and then you could reach out to me if something is still confusing. Okay, fairly straightforward. Our class meets every Wednesday, like today, from 7:30 to 9:30. You guys are probably already a little bit familiar with how the schedule goes from Monday through Friday. So Mondays and Wednesdays are a little bit of a shorter day. Our classes are only 2 hours each. And then Tuesday, Thursday classes are 2.5 hours each. And then Friday is, I think, 1.5 hours or something like that, 2 hours. Just some review on the attendance policy that was discussed yesterday, that in-person attendance is required for everyone nearby within 30 miles from IOK. If you cannot attend live, whether in person or online, because you're more than 30 miles away, just let me know, send me an email. And even if I don't respond, I did read it. So just send me an email letting me know that you can't attend. If you are beyond the minimum distance, the doctor said that they were unable to. Then just make sure you have your cameras on. Make sure you have your cameras on. And if you need to turn off your camera because you step away from your computer, just let me know. For this class, especially the whole cameras on thing and letting me know if you step away and that sort of thing is especially important because this class is a lot of rounds. Everybody's going to be going around, doing their chart, answering questions, all of that stuff. So it's kind of awkward when I say going once, going twice, is this person here, is this person not here? So just make sure that if you're online that you are engaged. This class has quizzes pretty much every single week. We always have it the first thing that we do when we walk in the door for our class. So that will be starting next week, inshallah. If you are unable to attend, then let me know by Sunday night. Let me know by Sunday night that you cannot attend class to take the quiz live. If something comes up the day of, then of course you can let me know as well. But ideally, let me know by Sunday night if you cannot take an exam or a quiz live. If you do happen to miss a quiz, the quizzes are always on the PowerPoint. It's always like the second, third, fourth slide. One of the first few slides of the PowerPoint is always the quiz. So if you miss a quiz, just refer to the PowerPoint that's posted to the doc. You don't need to ask me for a copy of the quiz. It'll be posted on the PowerPoint slides. How to reach me if you would like to discuss anything in person, whether it's about this class or otherwise. If you want to do that in person, you can either come early to class. I'm usually here at around 7:15, or you can ask for a special appointment office hours if you want to meet here, if you want to meet at my home, which is just down the street. Those are some ways to reach me in person. If you want to do something offline or on Zoom, or just a question that can be responded like via text, then you can email me. My email is the same formula as everybody else's. It's just the first initial last name at instituteofknowledge.com. So you can email me, or I have office hours on Zoom every Friday from 7 to 9 a.m. If you do have a question or you need to let me know something or you need to flag something, I strongly prefer email over text message or WhatsApp. And I usually just plug this because some people get offended. But if I just, say yes or no after a long, beautiful, I hope you're well, I hope you're in the best state of Iman and all that stuff, and I just say, sure, don't be offended. I make the same dua for all of you as well. All right, let's go ahead and do some introductions of everybody. So go ahead and give me your name, what you do, whether it's work, school, being a parent, any of that, or if you're just doing seminary, that's cool too. And somewhere you want to travel to and why. Obviously, aside from Mecca, Medina, and Quds, that's all of us. But some other place that you would like to travel to and why. So let's go ahead and start with my right. And then we'll just snake around the room.
So my name is Rama. I'm a student and also in summer and travel.
Turkey? Okay, cool. Oh, nice.
So my name is Samira. I just graduated in June, so seminary is my thing right now. And
graduated from like a undergrad, grad school?
Undergrad.
Where did you go?
So I want to travel to maybe like Muslim Spain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Beautiful. Why?
I don't know. I think it's like always different when you go somewhere that has like a long history of like Muslim civilization.
Excellent. Beautiful.
All
right, Ms. Sinha.
My name is Slater, and 3 kids. One of them goes here, and with 4 kids, I like traveling. With kids, I don't want to travel anywhere. 3, depends what it's deal.
Understandable.
So I'm a 3rd year at UCI, and 2 places. One is Japan. My sister went there recently with her husband, and she said it was really comfortable as a Muslim, and there's also just a lot of cool historical sites and a lot of really fun things to do, I think. And also Glacier National Park in Montana, I want to say. just because my family's been wanting to go there for a while, and we're really to national parks, and I think that's kind of a setting we haven't been to. We've been to Yosemite, Yellowstone, but this one's a little unique.
Very cool, excellent.
Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
My name is Brent. I work with people coming out of jail and prison at a nonprofit. I also work volunteer work with the unhoused in Riverside County, trying to get them housing and provide them with programs that will facilitate that for them.
What's the nonprofit you work for?
So I'm the vice president. We started it. It's called Inland Compassion,
Inland Compassion.
and then I work for Emmanuel House as well,
Okay, where is it? Where is that located?
Moreno Valley.
Okay.
And I would like to go Northern Africa. I don't know
Okay.
where yet, but maybe, I don't know, but I mean, Egypt's pretty common, maybe Morocco, something like that.
Very cool, excellent. For the transitional housing, do you guys only take people in that area? Or are you guys
We
open
have
to?
people coming from LA and Orange County.
Okay, how many people in the house? Sorry, I'm not like trying to be very specific. We have like only,
Different types. The one
Uh-huh.
I work for is the licensed residential treatment.
okay,
They have up to 6 people per house,
okay,
but some could have like 12. It just depends really how large the house is.
okay. Excellent, very cool. I work at an Innocence Project, so we pretty much only get people out to Mass Liberation, which is in Torrance,
Mhm.
and Amity House, which is in somewhere in LA. But those places are pretty small, so
Yeah. and
we're always
that's
looking around.
The work right now, trying to get one for Muslims coming out of jail and prison.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Alaikum assalam.
My name is Sada. And I'm
One more time?
Sada.
Sadan.
Sada.
Oh, Sardar, okay.
I was living in Sada.
Okay,
I would love to travel to Istanbul and other cities in Turkey.
okay, very cool. For what reason?
For historians of the university.
History and maths, cool.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
My name is Aisa. I'm 16. I'm a junior in high school. I do all my classes online.
Okay,
I want to travel to Canada.
Canada, very
Yeah,
cool.
I just really do look forward there.
Yeah, nice. How do you, were you homeschooled like from the start?
Yeah, you get it.
What's that experience like? Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. You have a lot of flexibility with your schedule. But
Yeah.
of course, you have to be really disciplined when you do the work.
Yeah. Awesome, very cool. All right, assalam.
Early go to community college at San Antonio, and I would like to try to travel to probably Singapore, and that's pretty beautiful.
Excellent, very cool. All right, Constance.
Secondary school at ICG, and the place is working for the years. We have a sister who lives there.
Oh, very cool.
Sarah,
Hi, Kristen.
John, I'm fourth year at UCI. And I would also like to travel to Turkey. Everybody I know who's been there has said good things. And I also see the videos of all the cats roaming around.
That's very cool. It's kind of not a spoiler alert, but kind of like a damper. I've never been to Turkey, but my husband Sheikh Mudathir has been there and he says it's overrated. So take that for what it's worth. And your name is Nurajan or Nurajan? Okay, thank you.
Kind of story, I like to travel with my kids. But I definitely, when I get a little bit older, I'd like to go somewhere, Muslim countries. I'm thinking our next step would be Malaysia. Just kind of to that type of world. It's kind of a good opportunity to see other Muslims in the world.
Beautiful.
My name is Hidayah. I'm a full-time student at Arizona State.
Okay.
I'm looking for full-time work, we'll get to that. But where I'd like to travel, America is a lot. So Spain and we go food. And then
Okay,
aside from Spain, probably back to Hawaii. Inshallah, one day.
awesome, very cool. So if you're a student at Arizona State, do you,
It's fully online.
it's fully online? Okay, I was like, that's a really long commute. Okay, alhamdulillah, beautiful. Yes. Ahmed?
So as a leader in Islam,
Mhm. Which Islamic center? Okay, very cool.
somewhere that I'd like to travel, say where you.
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
Sign,
Thank you, sir.
friend. Currently a Mount Science student. My second year. And somewhere I want to travel is I would like Syria. It's been a couple years, so
Okay, beautiful. SubhanAllah. My pleasure.
I go to Mount Sac and I want to travel where the beaches are.
Mm. Anywhere in particular? There's a lot of beaches in the world. Beautiful. Alhamdulillah. Yes.
My name is Modesty, part-time math teacher here at IOK. What I do, I teach, and then also, this year, I've been to Scotland, England, Japan, Hawaii, teaching in prison facilities over there.
Oh, wow.
Somewhere that I want to, travel worldwide, Korea, because, I heard that place is pretty nice. I've been to Japan already, so why not go there? Just graduated from Cal Poly Pomona with my degree in pure mathematics, and I'm doing my master's and my teaching credential combined.
Beautiful. Excellent. And you said your name is Hamad or Ahmed?
Aman.
Aman. Okay, Aman. Beautiful.
My name is Saad and I study at JP. Russia?
Sorry, what was the second thing? Your name is Saad and then? You study at? Oh, okay. Okay. And then you want to go to Russia. Oh, why Russia? Cool.
My name is Ahmed. I go to Mount Sac currently, somewhere to travel. I will go to Europe.
Europe?
Yeah.
Cool. And so we have two Ahmeds in the class. What's your last name?
Yeah.
DJ, and your last name? The other Ahmed?
Ahmed.
What was that?
My name is Ahmed.
Really? Ahmed is your first name, middle name, and last name?
It's like Ahmed, double E 3 times. This is the before name.
Wow. That is very cool. Excellent. All right, so we've got an Ahmed D and an Ahmed A. Excellent. Okay. We've got a lot of people online. So let's start off just going in order. Joseph Avery.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. Name is Joseph Avery. I am a clinic manager for UC Davis Health in Sacramento. So sorry for not being there in person. And a new father this year, alhamdulillah.
Congratulations.
First daughter, 7 months old, Mariam. So super happy about that. A place that I wanted to travel to, which was mentioned earlier too, Japan. Heard phenomenal things about it. And we're actually hoping to go this year, inshallah. So that'd be really great.
Awesome. Jazakallah khairan. That's beautiful. Khadija Abdul Samad.
Assalamualaikum. Sorry, I'm just transitioning to my laptop from my phone. I currently work at the state for communications role. I'm also in Sacramento, so I will be virtual, inshallah, and somewhere I want to travel. I've traveled here. I've been to Turkey, but I've primarily been to Istanbul. But I've been wanting to just travel to like Bursa, Trabzon, just the very cool different historical cities that they have. Visit the different tombs of people from the Ottoman Empire. So, inshallah, that's on my bucket list.
I mean, really good to go. Malik.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Malik. I go to Crafton Hills College in Yucaipa, and I would want to travel to the Maldives because I heard it's very nice and it's also a Muslim country.
Yeah, they've been a lot of people have been wanting to go there recently. Mariam.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mariam. I don't really do anything. But I want to travel to Istanbul because it's really cool and historical and stuff.
Cool. And what do you do? Sorry?
I don't really do anything specifically.
Oh, you're a seminary student. That's actually doing quite a lot. Alhamdulillah.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Michelle?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Michelle. I just graduated from UCI and I'm taking a gap year. And I would like to travel to Spain because there's good beaches and also a lot of Islamic history.
Beautiful. Is your name like Mash'al? Like a
Yes.
flame torch? Okay, beautiful. Muhammad? Fardeen. I think we have two.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Muhammad Fardeen. I teach part-time. I teach Quran, and I'd like to travel to Palestine, inshallah, to pray in the Masjid of Aqsa and see for what those people are going through in person, if that happens, inshallah. And that's it.
Beautiful. Where do you teach Quran?
It's Furqan Academy. I live in Dublin, Bay Area.
Okay.
So it's right here, yes.
Very cool. Beautiful. And Muhammad again, Muhammad Ali Ahmed.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
My
assalam.
name is Mohammed Ali Ahmed. I work as an inspector in the construction field and trying to get my bachelor's in computer science. And I would like to travel to Qatar.
To Qatar?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, very cool. Rania.
Assalamu alaikum everyone, I'm Rania.
Alaikum assalam.
I'm the youth program manager at Rahma Center. And then I want to go to either Australia or New Zealand because of the nature aspects.
Yes, lots of cool critters there. And is it pronounced Rana?
So I pronounce it Rana, but
Okay.
a lot of she'll call me Rana, so whichever one you want to call me is fine.
Wait, sorry, what were the two options? I just heard the same name twice.
So Rana and Rana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And which one do you prefer?
I go by Rana,
Rana, okay.
but I don't mind either one. My name is Rana Youssef. I work at West Coast University as a program assistant right now, in Anaheim. And I would like to travel to the Philippines. It comes up on my Instagram reels a lot and it's super, super beautiful, mashallah. So I want to go see it one day, inshallah.
Beautiful, excellent. All right, so for our folks online, it's easy because I see your names all the time and I can connect it with a face. But just to make sure I got everybody, let's see. Rama, Amira, Tayyib, Siraj, Grant, Sardar, Isa, Abdullah, Samira, Nurjan, Salma, Hidayah, Ahmed, Abdul Rahman, Muhammad, Aman, Saad, and Ahmed. Everybody right? Okay. Let us continue. So jumping in to our subject for this upcoming academic year, we will be studying Sarf together. Alhamdulillah. Sarf is honestly one of the most incredible subjects. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. This subject is really so profound. And it's one of the reasons why when people talk about Arabic is such a beautiful language, a lot of it is because of Sarf. A lot of the things that you study in Nahu, you have similar concepts in other languages, but Sarf is really something that's unique to Semitic languages in general, Arabic being among them. So, as you will become accustomed to in your studies, the first thing that we generally do when we dive into a subject is we talk about what in the world is this subject to begin with. What are the definitions that are included when we talk about this one word, sarf? And within the field of Islamic studies, again, you'll see this over and over and over and over again. You'll see it in hadith, you'll see it in fiqh, you'll see it in tazkiyah, you'll see it in any subject you study. There's always two definitions involved. There is a linguistic definition, the definition lughatan. And what that means is, what do these root letters, when we boil it down to just the original root letters, what do these root letters indicate towards? What does this word originally, as it was coined by the most ancient Arabs, what did this word mean? before Islam was in the picture, before Islamic studies was in the picture, before anything was formalized or codified, what does this word at its core mean? And so when we look at the definition of sarf, ta'rif was-sarfi. Ta'rif is definition. Sarf is the term that we're defining here. Linguistically, lughatan, the definition of sarf is at-taghyiru wat-tahwilu wal-intiqal. Alteration, modification, transformation, change, movement. The imagery that you want to think of in your head is you have something and you kind of go like this. You change it, you flip it, you alter it, you do stuff to that one word to make it a little bit different, right? To make it a little bit different than it originally was. So you have your core, your base, and you kind of do it, change it, alter it, modify it, turn it into something else, but not something completely different. Still has some of the same core aspects, but you change it up a little bit. Some examples of the linguistic original coinage way of defining this term sarf we see in the Quran, and these are just three. There's multiple other examples. One example is from Surah Al-A'raf, wherein Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَإِذَا صُرِفَتْ, right? We see those three letters. Sarf, Sad, Ra, Fa, Sad, Ra, Fa, right? وَإِذَا صُرِفَتْ أَبْصَارُهُمْ تِلْقَاءَ أَصْحَابِ النَّارِ قَالُوا رَبَّنَا لَا تَجْعَلْنَا مَعَ الْقَوْمِ الظَّالِمِينَ. When their glances, when their eyes are shifted, when they're changed, when they're moved towards the people of the fire, they say, our Lord, do not make us from the oppressive, wrongdoing people. All right. So this is surifat absaruhum. Their eyes, the way that they're looking, their view is shifted. It's changed. It's moved towards the people of the fire. Okay. Another example in Surah Al-Kahf, which hopefully we're all reading every Friday. وَرَأَى الْمُجْرِمُونَ النَّارَ فَظَنُّوا أَنَّهُمْ مُوَاقِعُوهَا وَلَمْ يَجِدُوا عَنْهَا مَصْرِفًا. We see the same thing again here. Sad, Ra, Fa. Up here, Sad, Ra, Fa. Masrifa is a place of movement, a place of something being changed. When the criminals will see the fire, they will know and they will expect that they will be made to fall inside of it. And they will not find from that fire any place to go, any place to change their location, any place to move to. Lastly, Surah Taha, وَكَذَلِكَ أَنزَلْنَاهُ قُرْآنًا عَرَبِيًّا وَصَرَّفْنَا صَاد راء فاء وَصَرَّفْنَا فِيهِ مِنَ الْوَعِيدِ لَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَّقُونَ أَوْ يُحْدِثُ لَهُمْ ذِكْرًا. Just like that, we have caused this Arabic Quran to be sent down. وَصَرَّفْنَا فِيهِ مِنَ الْوَعِيدِ. And we have given all different types, all different modifications, all different changes in the types of admonishments and warnings we give, so that perhaps they can be conscious of Allah and they will have some reminder be brought about for them. Okay, so we see three different examples of the same word, but we see a little bit different things going on, right? This one has some ta at the end. This one has a meme at the front. This one has a shadda on the ra and a noon alif at the end. All right, but if we boil these words down to their root letters, they all have sad, ra, fa, and they all have the same meaning of something being transformed, changed, modified, moved. Okay. Let's look now at the technical definition. All right, so as we discussed briefly earlier, there will always be two definitions when it comes to any key term. There will be the linguistic definition and there will be the technical definition, right? Technical istilahan means, what does this word mean specifically within the realm of Islamic sciences? All right, now this is kind of like, okay, we have what the word originally meant in the Arabic language coined by the original Arabs. Now that Islam is in the picture, now that studying codified Islam is in the picture, what does this word mean when we're talking about the subject of sarf, right? هو العلم Al-khassu. It is the specific science. بإعادة صياغة الكلمة المفردة وشكلها. By taking a specific pattern of a word, a single word and its form, its shape, على ضروب مختلفة, in different shapes and ways and types, لإنشاء ألفاظ ومعان مختلفة, to create new different words and meanings. Okay, Sarf is the specific science dedicated to taking a single word and manipulating, altering, and changing its form in different ways to render various new words and meanings. Okay, so what we will be studying in this class is how to take 3 letters and do all the different types of alterations, manipulations, transformations to create new words. Okay, and this is at the core what Sarf is, and this is at the core, again, what makes Arabic and Semitic languages so unique, so special. The fact that you can take one word, and some estimates say you can transform it like upwards of over 80 times, different ways of just manipulating the same word to render a new meaning. Okay, so it's a very, 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 very cool subject. If you are a master of Sarf, it transforms your entire relationship with the Arabic language, guaranteed. Because what you'll be able to do as a master of Sarf is that when you're reading, of course, you'll master Nahu, you'll be able to string the words together, you'll be able to understand what words mean, but you'll be looking at something and you'll be able to identify the root and you'll say, okay, in this context, it means X, Y, Z, but there's a deeper meaning here because these root letters originally indicate towards something different, something unique, something special. So if you are able to really solidify your knowledge of Sarf, it will make your relationship with Arabic, with the Quran especially, that much more deep, that much more profound. Okay. Any questions on the definition of Sarf? Pretty straightforward. Alhamdulillah. All right. So the way that this is translated is morphology, right? We don't really use that term in regular day-to-day English. But if you look at the word morphology, it kind of makes sense, right? Morphing a word, changing a word, morphology. The study of how the change in a word's form alters its meaning. So these are 2 key terms, the interplay of which will be a core focus of this class. Form and meaning, how you change the form and how that corresponds to a meaning, the relationship between those 2 things. So how do you take a word, make it into a past tense verb? How do you make it into a present tense verb? How do you make it refer to a feminine second person plural, all of you women? How do I make it refer to a masculine third person dual, those 2 guys out there? How do I make it transitive, affecting others? How do I turn it into a command, do it? How do I turn that word into a doer, someone who does that action? How do I make it passive? That action was done, and so much more. So how can we take one word and make it do all of these things and even more things beyond that? That's what we'll be studying in this class. All right, let's jump into a very summarized history of Sarf. Similar to your other subjects, knowing the history of how your specific science came about is important as well, because it teaches you some of the key objectives that this science contains. Like most Islamic sciences, like fiqh, like tazkiyah, like aqidah, all right, all of these things existed from the inception as a concept without a name, right? The people didn't sit in the masjid of the Prophet ﷺ and go through their verb charts, right? It was something that existed. People knew that when you take a verb and you do it like this, that means second person plural. They knew that when you take a word and you make it like this, it turns it into the doer. It existed, right? It always was there as a concept without a name. But its need to become a specific science, something that is delineated with rules and charts and such, this need arose after the death of the Prophet ﷺ and most of the companions as well. Sarf, it began as a subset of Nahu, all right? As you guys looked at the board yesterday, right? Originally, when it came to the Arabic language, it was just one branch, right? All of the sarf and the kalimat and the mufradat was all subsumed within one study of Arabic. But as time goes on, there's a need to specialize, there's a need to break things out and focus dedicated time to those things. All right, so sarf began as a subset of nahu, and it later on developed into its own independent science, right? Which is why we have a separate class for it, right? It's not just lumped up with your class with Sheikh Ahmed Billu. Rather, we have our own class because it has its own special rules, its own special parts of the brain that it will be exercising. The first individual who is considered to be someone who authored a independent sarf book, right? Again, this is something that was historically just subsumed within Nahu and the general study of the Arabic language. But the first time where sarf was given its own textbook to be studied as its own science was around 250, all right? Or the author died around 250 after Hijrah, Abu Uthman Bakr ibn Muhammad al-Mazini, rahimahullahu ta'ala, all right? And so knowing the dates of these things is important because it gives you some context into what else is going on in the Muslim world at this time. All right. So just for some contextualization, these are some famous people whose names we probably have never heard of this guy, but these are some people whose names we probably have heard of and the times when they passed away. Abu Hanifa rahimahullah passed away in 150. We have Imam Malik, who passed away in 179, Imam al-Shafi'i 204, Imam Ahmad 241, Imam Bukhari rahimahullah 256, and Imam Muslim 261. All right, so this time in which sarf was developing into its own independent science was quite a bit after Abu Hanifa, quite a bit after Imam Malik, but right around the same time in the wheelhouse of Imam Ahmad, Imam Bukhari, Imam Muslim. All right, so we have, again, this is just purely for giving us some context into what was going on in the Muslim world, what was going on in the arena of Islamic sciences. This is about the time in which sarf was becoming its own thing. So if you go and ask Abu Hanifa to give me, the 14 conjugations for past tense, he'll be like, what are you talking about? But if you ask Imam Muslim to do it, he might have an idea of what you're hinting at. Right, so that's kind of the idea that we're going after here. Yes.
Those years are the years that they passed away.
Yes, these are all the years they passed away in terms of after Hijrah. The number of years after Hijrah is when they passed away. All right. Why was sarf so desperately needed? Why did it need to be its own science? During this time period, right, around when these folks were around, right, around the time when these folks were up and coming, a lot of these people, right, Imam Bukhari, Imam Muslim, they're not from the Arab world, right? Sometimes we think about all these imams as like, oh, they were born speaking Arabic. These people were not born speaking Arabic, right? These people are not from native Arabic lands. So Islam started spreading far and wide to many non-Arabic speaking places. And on the flip side, non-Arabic speaking people started moving into Arabic speaking lands, whether it was for worship, whether it was for studies, whether it was for just moving into new places where the dominant language was Arabic. And so you're moving into an area where you don't know that language. And as is what naturally happens, you have languages that start naturally blending and mixing together. You have a little bit of Arabic that starts to become a different language. You have different language that start to bleed into the Arabic, right? This happens. Still happens to this day. And so because of that, there was this need that, hey, people are starting to, for example, even today in the Arab world, you have people that pretty much don't have like a feminine tense, right? A feminine conjugation, because everything is masculine, 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 right? The feminine is just dropped altogether. So there was a huge need to preserve this original pristine language in which the Quran was revealed, right? Because the Quran has all the conjugations in there, right? Even the conjugations that kind of got forgotten through time, right? So the Quran has all the conjugations in there. And so there's this huge need that we need to be able to understand the Quran in the original language it was revealed in, and not just getting the gist of it. Oh, I heard Jannah, so it must be talking about heaven. Oh, I heard Nar, so it must be talking about hellfire. but every single word, not just understanding the gist, but being able to dissect every single word became incredibly brought to the forefront as a highlight that we need to keep this language pristine. So we need to look at what we already had, the Arabic language, and derive certain principles, derive certain rules, so that someone who's stepping into this language can learn it from scratch. Someone stepping into this can learn it without any prior knowledge at all whatsoever. Okay. Just to give us an idea of what sarf looks like practically, let's look at some English examples of sarf. Believe it or not, we have this concept a little bit, a tiny bit, in English, but this will help us click some key themes that will translate into our Arabic study of sarf. All right, so English examples of sarf. Salma, can you go ahead and read this slide for me? Go ahead and just read these bullet points.
I waited for my neighbor. They listened to the speech. He created a flavor. He entered the apartment. He asked him.
Good. All right, what's the pattern that folks notice here? Good. All of these are past tense, and what about it makes it certain that these are all past tense? They all end with an ed, all right? So generally speaking, in English, if we want to take a verb and make it past tense, we throw on an ed to the end of that verb, all right? So that's our pattern here, all right? And that's something that, again, we will be focusing on. What are some common themes that different tenses and different types of words have? Here we see that when we end a word in ed, it makes the word past tense. Grant, go ahead and read this slide.
I am waiting for my orders. They are listening to the speech. She is creating a new flavor. We are entering the apartment. He is asking a question.
Good. What's the pattern here? Good. These are all present tense. And how do we know that? The ing ending, all right? Again, in English, generally speaking, when we want to take a word and make it present tense right here, right now, what's happening, we add an ing to the end of that word. What about this? Rana, why don't you go ahead and read this slide for us?
I am the lead designer at the company. They are the teachers at the school. She is a worshiper, sincere and devout. We are the helpers for whoever needs assistance. He is a provider for his family.
Good. What's the pattern here? What was that?
State of being.
State of being. What else? The one who does that action, the doer of that action is someone who designs is a designer. Someone who teaches is a teacher. So again, we have this concept in English that when we want to take a verb and change it to mean the one doing that verb, the one engaged in that verb, we add an er to the end, right? We add an er to the end. So these are some patterns, yarhamukallah. These are some patterns that we have in English, right? You do certain things to a core word and it changes the meaning ever so slightly. It was done in the past, being done in the present, someone who does that action, okay? So this chart right here covers all of the major conjugations that we will be covering in this class and a corresponding English example. So the first thing that we'll cover is going to be past. How do we make something past tense? In English, we do that by an ed. She honored her mother, right? We'll learn how to do that in Arabic as well. Present tense and future tense, all right? In English, these are separated in two separate categories. She is honoring her mother right now. She will honor her mother in the future, right? In English, these are spread out into two separate categories. In Arabic, we'll come to it when we cover it, but these two are the same. We have the same conjugation that can mean both, depending on the context, depending on a certain few other factors, whether we're referring to present and future, present or future, excuse me. But other than that, these two are given the same conjugation. A command ordering someone to do something, honor your mother. A verbal noun, the concept, the idea, it is good to honor one's mother. Active participle, the doer, she is the honorer. Passive participle, the recipient of a verb, her mother is the honoree. Past passive, meaning it was done in the past, but you don't know who did it. Her mother was honored by who? I don't know. We just know that her mother was honored. Future passive and present passive as well. Her mother will be honored by who? We don't know, but we know that it will be done. So we have 9 here, but these two are clumping together. So we have 8. All right. This number 8 is going to be the foundation for many, many, many of our charts and the entire course of the year. At least the first semester, at least. We'll be focusing on going through all of these 8 conjugations and how to do all of their charts, how to do all of their manipulations, how to do all of those things. But in a nutshell, these are the 8 things that we will be focusing on in this class. Making something past, present/future, command, verbal noun, active participle, passive participle, past passive, and future passive. Okay, so all of these things that we see on the left-hand side in English, we'll be learning how to do all of that in Arabic. Okay. Rania, you have a question?
Is this chart in like a workbook or textbook we have?
No, so I will go through that in a second. Basically our relationship with the textbook.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this, on the concept?
I don't know the concept, but you did say you're gonna put the slides in some doc file or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you will all have access to all of these slides and all of this information. All right. So a core skill and a core part of your brain that this course will force you to exercise is pattern matching. All right. The bulk of what you will study in Sarf is patterns, pattern recognition, and pattern matching. Sarf is a very logical and pattern-based subject. All right. You're going to need to be able to look at a word, identify the pattern that it's on, and say, okay, other words that have this pattern give this meaning. Right? So that's the core skill in this class is patterns, right? These are just some examples on Google, right? Looking at this, looking at this, looking at this, looking at this, you need to know what number comes next. All right. Different things going on in your brain where you look at a word, you notice certain things about it. Oh, this word has a alif noon at the end. It must mean this. This word has this letter attached to the end. It must mean this. This word has this letter attached to the front. It must mean this. This word has a shadda on the middle root letter. It must mean this. All right. Those are the patterns that you will be looking for. But there are curveballs even in the English language. All right. We don't say I eated a sandwich. That's just wrong. We don't say they sitted. She rided. We swimmed, I guess. Does that make sense, right? He runned. I guess that also kind of makes sense. But there's also other options, right? There are curveballs even in the Arabic language, just as there are in English as well. All right. But these curveballs, they have their own patterns. They have their own rules. And that will come at the very, 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 very end of the academic year in the summer. All right. So during the summer is when we will cover all of the curveballs, all of the irregular things that are going on. But during the fall and spring, we will be focusing on just the rote rules. What this course will cover, charts basically, and how to use them. We're going to be covering all sorts of charts and how to use those charts in practice. All right. So we're not just going to be, reciting like parrots, but we are also going to be learning how to select specific boxes from the chart in order to convey a complete meaning. Okay. So there's 10 major verb forms that we will be covering, and each verb form has 8 categories, which we looked at in the past, and each category has special rules. All right. So we'll be studying upwards of 80 charts, around 88 charts. All right, each one has between 6 and 14 conjugations on them, right? So it's going to be a lot of words, right? That'll be floating around in your brain, all right? But the more you practice it, the more it'll become familiar. So Rania asked a question about the book, or if this is located in the book or anything like that. So the textbook for this class is technically the intermediate Arabic book, book 2, right? The one that has a light blue cover with a brown building on it. That book we use in this class as a supplement. That is not going to be our core learning material for this class. The core concepts that you will want to stick to and use to study will be the PowerPoint slides. Okay, so the PowerPoint slides is primarily how we will be learning new information. The textbook will be your supplement. We'll use it to, you know, pull out exercises. We'll be using it primarily for the vocabulary. All right, primarily our relationship with book 2 will be for vocabulary. All your vocab will come from book 2. Okay. Other than that, we'll be using it for some exercises and some drills here and there. We'll be using it sometimes to look at how they explain some of the concepts. But for the most part, our relationship with the book will be used as a supplement for our vocab lists, and we will be learning primarily from the slides. Our core material for this class will be on the slides. Okay. So the 10 major verb forms we will be covering throughout the course of this year, and the irregular verbs, which is book 3, which you guys do not have yet. You guys will get that towards the end of the year. That's the irregular sarf book. That's the curveball book. That's what we'll be covering in the summer. But our textbook for this year is going to be book 2, right? So we'll be covering 10 verb forms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 10, all of their specific categories, all of their special rules, and then how to actually use them, as well as memorizing the vocab along the way. Okay. How sarf will differ from your other classes. Sarf is a very different subject. It has a very different vibe. It has a very different feel to it. Studying for sarf is going to be very different from studying for other classes. Some key differences is that with sarf, speed actually matters. Not that you need to be able to like recite something at 100 miles per hour, but more so, for example, if I were to ask any one of you to say your ABCs and someone was like, A, B, C, it means you don't really know it, right? We want to get this to where you're not saying A, B, C, D, F, G, but A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's comfortable, it's smooth, it's fluent, right? So speed actually matters to get something to be at a comfortable level, to get something to be fluent. The way that I'm talking to you right now in English is the same way you're going to be wanting to do this stuff in Arabic. Verbatim memorization is incredibly important. The difference of just one haraka can make a world of a difference in the entire meaning of that word. Literally, just one haraka can change the entire meaning of something. So for example, when I'm grading things and I mark an entire question wrong because one haraka is off, people think that's a bit harsh, but it's because it needs to be that harsh. The entire word is different. Either that word doesn't exist because you put a dhamma instead of a kasra, or it means something else in the Arabic language. All right. So having things memorized verbatim, the way it actually is, you're going to need to be very detail oriented. And what the actual letters are, what the harakat are, it makes a world of a difference. All right. This is different from other classes. As long as you memorize the gist of, you know, what breaks your wudu, then you're good. You don't need to memorize the, you know, the details of the exact words that are used. But for this, you have to memorize things word for word. In this class, you will need to practice more than study. Okay, so there is studying involved for sure, definitely, where you need to sit with a concept and make sure it's solidified. But a lot more of what you'll be spending your time outside of class doing is practice. Practicing your charts, practicing your vocab, practicing all of these things, reciting them out loud, sitting down and reciting while you're washing the dishes, while you're driving to IOK, while you're doing whatever it is you do throughout your day. Having a regular routine of self-practice is going to be crucial to success in this class. Very little difference of opinion, all right? This is obviously different from fiqh, this is different from aqidah, this is different from even, you know, seerah and those different things. There's very little difference of opinion here. There's some, and we will get to it. But for the most part, everybody's in agreement on what the things are, right? There's very little madhahib differences that when it comes to sarf. Required skills include critical thinking and pattern matching. Again, being able to look at a word, have your brain process all of the different things that are happening to that word and being able to render a meaning. And then, of course, mastery of this science as well as Arabic as a whole is required to survive in literally every other science, okay? You can master all the concepts that you can in fiqh. But once you actually move to an all Arabic fiqh book, you will not be able to learn or process or understand anything unless your sarf is solid. Okay, so mastery of this, and this is why the first year is so focused on Arabic, is because it is bare minimum requirement to understand any other text beyond. Yes. Okay, yes. Go ahead. All right. Why study sarf? I promise we're almost done with this introductory material. Right? Why study it? The concept of root letters, and therefore sarf at its apex of detail. Sarf is the study of root letters and how to change those root letters to get new meanings. It's unique to Semitic languages, right? And the reason why this is so special is because it adds that extra level of nuance and something being so profound and something being so powerful to the language. You can read something and you get its surface level translation from an actual translation, English to Arabic to English. But when you know what the word actually is and you're able to boil it down to its root letters, you're like, wow, this is the actual imagery that this word is pointing towards. This is the actual concept that this word means. It makes something way more profound. It makes, again, sarf is what makes Arabic so beautiful, makes it so special. This subject, exactly. You get direct access to the Quran, which is, what better gift than that? Being able to read the divine scripture without any intermediary. Sarf will help you get to make Arabic as natural as your primary language, whether your primary language is English or Urdu or Spanish or whatever it is. To make Arabic that same level, again, is really special, is really amazing, and sarf will help you do that. The constant repetition, the constant practice will get that fluency down. Understanding Allah's words with no intermediary, without any processing, without any delay, right? When I tell you, he just left the classroom, you don't have to think about the gender of who left the classroom. You automatically know it's masculine, right? When I say that, all of them are waiting outside, you don't need to process that that's a plural group. You don't need to think, oh, all of them. Is them singular? Is them plural? Is it dual? It's just so natural. It's so automatic. You don't need to process anything. All right. So we want to get sarf to that same level, of comprehension where you see a word, boom, you know everything about the gender, the person, the plurality, how many, is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? All of those things will be conveyed when you just look at a single word. We want to get that natural comprehension the same way as we do with our original language. Okay. All right, I cannot emphasize this enough. Sarf is one of those subjects that you will not understand its value until much later, unfortunately, which is why I think people struggle with this subject so much, right? People are like, man, why am I just reciting the same 14 words over and over and over again? Like, you will not understand the true value of sarf until much later, right? Hadith, you understand the concept the day you walk into class. Prophet ﷺ said this is how you apply it into your life, boom, you're done, right? You get the core of what you need. Same with tafsir. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said this is how I can apply it into my daily life. This is how I can practice it on my day-to-day routine, boom. You get the fruit of your studies immediately. Sarf is not like that, okay? You do not get the fruit of what you're studying until much later. And it is something that, again, is a common theme I have seen over and over and over again. By the time you hit year 3, 4, 5, vast majority of students are like, I wish my sarf was better. I wish I had dedicated more time to sarf, and they're struggling. They're studying these higher level texts. They're studying these advanced concepts, all in the Arabic language. And if you boil it down to where their struggles are coming from a shaky foundation in sarf and a shaky foundation in nahu. All right. So it is a subject that is so crucial, that is so fundamentally important, but you will not understand why until later. So you just got to trust the process. You just got to do what everybody else is doing, right? It may seem annoying, it may seem frustrating, it may seem pointless, but trust me, every master of the Arabic language, all your teachers, all of the masters of Arabic language in the past, they have done some version of what we are doing. It's a tried, tested, and true method that works. So you just got to stick with it. Okay. Anybody want to briefly explain what these pictures are alluding to? I don't think we have too many super young people in this class, but last year we had like vast majority of the class was like 15 and younger, and nobody knew what this was. And I was like, all right, wax on, wax off. Okay. You're doing something that seems completely irrelevant to what your goal is. But once you do it, it just becomes muscle memory. And then when you're put in a situation where you have to actually practice those skills, it's just automatic. Okay. That's what the goal is in our class. Cool. All right. Any questions? Any questions at all on what we're studying, what we're going to be doing, any of that good stuff? Everybody make sense? Yeah.
So those students who struggle in years 2 and 3, they were able to get to years 2 and 3. So what, I guess, should we look out for when we're starting with this foundation? What should we try to avoid in our studying preparation so that when we get further in the program, we don't have a weak foundation?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the main things that you want to be sort of focusing on so that it doesn't lead to having a weak foundation later on is just keeping up the practice like very regularly, like, right? Like it's something I say all the time is that Arabic is not like riding a bike, right? Riding a bike, you do it once, you'll never forget it. But Arabic is very easy to forget, especially when you're in the beginning. So you want to make sure that when we are studying the past tense, which is going to be our first major concept, that you practice the life out of it. And then when we move to present tense, you don't stop practicing the past. Practice that as well as and the new material. And then when we move on to command, you don't stop practicing present and past. You practice those, this, and this. So just making sure that everything that we've covered in this class is in some regular routine of practice, right? Kind of like memorizing the Quran. Obviously, there's a huge difference in it, but the idea with memorizing the Quran is that you have some rotation of memorization every single day that you never miss without exception, right? Even if it's just a juz a day, you have once a month where you cover that juz, right? And if you are able to do more than that, that's great. But you have some rotation of doing something that you covered in the past. So just keeping up with regular practice is something that is going to be a key skill. And then, of course, asking questions. Far too many times I've seen it where people were going over something, they don't get it the first time around. So they're like, okay, let me just sit with it. Maybe I'll understand it next class. They still don't understand it. So it's like building on a shaky foundation. The second something doesn't make sense, just ask. All right. The second something is not clicking for you, just ask. So that you're not building upon something being confusing, and then it just gets more confusing the next week, and then it gets even more confusing. Okay. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and take a short break. It's 8:36 right now, so we can go ahead and take a break until like 8:41, 8:42, and then we'll come back and do our first chart.
Can you make a sentence that fully students don't have three letters as their main word? Like,
That's part of it. Yeah. They still have three, all of them have three, at least three. These are ones where the letters themselves are a little bit unique, like a weak letter or the same letter twice, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, but I mentioned you in the book. You and Sheikh Mudaffar.
In like the intro to Hadith book.
Yeah. Were you and Sheikh Mudaffar with one of the two students that you taught in the closet and started?
So there's a little bit of an interesting history with that. So there were the three students in the closet. No, Bilal was one of them, Sheikh Bilal, who's teaches year 2, and 2 other folks. We were the year right after. So still technically was not seminary. It was like Sheikh Farhan, Sheikh Imran, and Sheikh Amar Quraish, who doesn't teach here anymore. So it still wasn't like we didn't have we were still at IEC basically. So it wasn't a closet anymore. It was a bigger room. But it still wasn't so it wasn't like a seminary.
But you were taking in the same class and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some the first time because the structure of the year was also different. It was kind of like you had to know Arabic before joining, and the school year ran from January, so it was like a actual year as opposed to academic year, and you had to know Arabic prior. So it was still we didn't learn Arabic at the same time, if that makes sense. And then we had it where you had half a year that was doing other material, and then half the year was doing something else, and then the classes joined, and then you kind of moved together. So that's kind of our situation. We were separate, and then the classes eventually got combined together. Yeah. So I think IOK Seminary became official IOK Seminary very recently. Probably 2016, 2017, something like that. Yeah, so before that it wasn't it was just called Alam course. It wasn't called IOK Seminary. And it was mainly just Sheikh Farhan was pretty much the only teacher. All right. Let's look now at our first chart. All right, we're gonna do this one very slowly. We're gonna get it all color-coded and highlighted so that we really understand what's going on. All right, so our first chart will be our chart on detached pronouns. Detached pronouns are called al-dhamairu al-munfasilatu. This is a term you're gonna want to memorize. The word dhamir means pronoun. The plural is dhamair. منفصل انفصل ينفصل انفصالا فهو منفصل. That's our word here. All right, means for something to be separate, detached, apart. Okay, so this is going to be our first chart that we study together. All right. Go ahead and start up here. All right. So the way that all of our charts virtually will be structured are as follows. All right, so we have This is pretty much how every chart in our class is going to look like, most of them at least. Okay, so let's look at this in a little bit more detail. Across the top, right, each column, we have singular, dual, and plural. Pretty self-explanatory. The only thing that's a little bit unique and different with the Arabic language is that the dual has its own pronoun, and thus the dual has its own conjugation. By dual, we mean two people. So singular is one, dual is two, plural is 3+. Whenever you have something that you're wanting to describe just one thing, one book, one person, one place, use the singular. Dual is for anything that's two, both of them, these two. Plural is anything 3+, anything that is 3+. Across the right, when we're looking at our rows, 3M refers to third person masculine. 3F, third person feminine. Third person, which in Arabic we call ghaib, refers to anything that's not right here, right now. So this is going to be referring to it, they, them, third person, masculine and feminine. Then we have second person masculine, second person feminine. Second person is mukhatab, someone that you're talking to, you both, you all. And then we have first person, which in Arabic has this shared gender. So first person can refer to masculine, first person can refer to feminine, both. Okay, so if I say I'm going to use the same conjugation as if you were saying I. If I say we, all of us women, I'm still going to use the same conjugation as all of us men. So the first person is shared. So singular, let's do this in a different color. Yes, Muhammad?
Oh, it's غائب مخاطب. What's the term for the first person in Arabic?
Yes, let me write that down.
Thank you.
Let me just write down all the terms. All right, there's a lot of information on here. I'll wait till everybody gets these copied down and then we'll go through it. All right, let's go through first our columns and rows again, the terminology in Arabic. Singular, our word for singular in Arabic is mufradun. Mufradun. Singular is mufradun. Dual is muthanna. Dual is muthanna. Plural is jam'un. Jam'un. Third person is ghaibun. Second person is mukhatabun. First person, mutakallimun. Masculine is mudhakkarun. Feminine is mu'annathun. Mu'annath, not to be confused with muthanna. They slightly annoyingly sound very similar. People get tripped up on that all the time. Mu'annath is feminine, muthanna is dual. Mukhatab is also known as hadir, right? Both of those terms, you might hear one, you might hear the other. Both of them refer to second person. Okay. All right. The way we read this chart is by starting in the upper right, and we end in the lower left, right to left. So the way we read this is huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu. Okay. This word right here, ana, which means I, all right, we spell it with an alif after the noon. Hamza, noon, alif. But we do not pronounce the alif, all right? It's just a silent letter, kind of like how in English we have silent letters. We say knife, not knife, even though we have a K there. Same thing here. We say ana, short noon, not ana, okay? So it's there for spelling and it must be there for the word to be spelled correctly, but you don't pronounce it, silent letter. Okay. Yes, Muhammad.
What's the word under mukhatabun?
Hadirun. This is another word for second person.
حاضر.
Yeah, hadirun.
Okay.
Hadirun. It's another word for second person. You can use one or the other. It's mainly just so that you're exposed. If you come across reading something or someone says hadir, you know, oh, they're second person. Okay. All right. So huwa is referring to he/it, huma, they or them both, hum, they, them all, hiya, she, huma, they, them both, they, them all, you both, you all, you both, you all, different genders, and then I and we. Okay, so these are the meanings of our different pronouns. Let's put our pattern hats on, okay? What are some patterns that folks notice in this chart? Some things that are similar to each other, some things that are different. What are some unique features that we can mentally clump and group some of these pronouns together using? Yes. Good. All of our duels end with mim alif. So we can think of that, right? All of our duels will end in an alif. All of our duels will have that ah sound at the end. Good, that's one grouping. What else? Yeah.
All of the second persons start with N.
Good. Ent, right? If we were to even make it a little bit further, all of our second persons start with ent. Ent, 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 ent. So second person, we can kind of clump together as our ent category. What else?
All the third person start with ha.
Excellent. All of our third person start with ha. If it starts with a ha, it must be third person. Anything else?
The plural female, and with the noon.
Perfect. Feminine plurals end with noon shadda. If we have a noon shadda in our Lamir chart, we know that that must be a feminine plural. Good. Beautiful. Anything else? Yeah.
Male third person ends with
Good. Male, our masculine plurals end with mim sukun. Let's make this a different shape. Masculine third person and masculine plurals end with a mim sukun. Excellent. All right. So this is the type of brain you want to have when you're looking at these charts, right? Looking for some common themes, looking for some similarities, some differences, so that you can draw meaning from those similarities and differences. When you see a ha as the first letter, you can derive from that third person. When you see an ent at the beginning, you can derive from that second person. When you see a noon shadda, you can derive from that feminine plural. Okay, that's the idea here. Looking at some differences, some similarities, and pulling out a meaning from those things. Okay, so our homework assignment for this week is going to be memorizing this chart. All right, so the way you're going to want to be able to say it fluently by next week is just what's in green. Okay, just what's in green. Huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu. And being able to recite it fluently in addition to understanding the concept there. All right, understanding that huwa means he, understanding that antum is masculine, you all, understanding that anti is feminine, you. Okay, so being able to work with the labels to understand what these things are. So for example, if I ask you on a quiz next week, list all masculine pronouns, you'll be able to give me huwa, huma, hum, anta, antuma, antum, ana, nahnu. If I ask you, give me all of my plural pronouns, you'll be able to write down hum, hunna, antum, antunna, nahnu. All right. So we're going to be able to just pull the groupings from this and respond. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
I think you might have mentioned it, but is there an order, like left to right or up or down?
Yeah, so we're going to be starting with the upper right, huwa, and then moving our way to the left, starting again with hiya, moving our way to the left. So we're gonna start here, move this way, and then go here, move this way. All right, so we're gonna be starting with huwa, ending with nahnu. One thing I didn't get to mention, if you notice this big X right here, we don't have a dual for first person, right? Again, it's one of those things, that's just the way it is. We have either I or we. We don't have we both, right? There is no dual for the first person, only singular and plural. Any other questions? Yeah.
What word you would use for a group of male and female?
For a group of male and female, we would use the masculine. Yeah, that's a good question. If we have a mixed gender group like this classroom, we would use this. Or if I'm talking about all of you guys, I would be using this. And then of course the first person doesn't have specific to one gender. Any other questions? Really straightforward. Yes.
Can you go over again what the words on the side mean?
Sure. So our titles, mufradun singular, muthanna dual, jam'un plural. Ghaibun refers to third person. I can't really see that. Ghaibun refers to third person. Mudhakkar refers to masculine. Third person feminine is also ghaib. Third person. Mu'annath is feminine. Mukhatabun and hadirun, both of these mean second person. And then my anta, antuma, antum row, this row right here, is this mudhakkarun or mu'annathun? Mudhakkarun, excellent. What about my second person feminine? How would I say second person and then how would I say feminine? Good. Mukhatabun, mu'annathun. Mukhatabun and mu'annathun. And then first person, mutakallimun, mudhakkar wa mu'annath. Yes, Muhammad?
When there's a mix of males and females, is it like if it's like 50-50 or if there's at least like one male, like how do we know when to use which one?
Yeah. So anytime it's mixed with any ratio, if there is one male and 100 females, we are always going to use hum. All right. So our mixed genders are always going to be referring to the masculine one. So if I have one male and one female and a dual, I'm going to use my masculine dual. If I have a mixed group of men and women, I'm going to use my masculine plurals. So anytime there's a mix with any ratio at all, if there's at least one male, then you are going to use the masculine. Make sense? Rania?
If you were to say us, for example, would that be under nahnu?
Yes, we, us. That would be under nahnu, yes.
So mudhakkarun is masculine,
Mhm.
and then feminine is
Mu'annathun.
mu'annathun.
Yes, this word right here. Mu'annathun.
You want us to have this verbally
Mhm.
before next?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
The side ones you have to memorize them?
Yes, the terms, yeah.
On the side, the like
Ghaib, mu'annath, yeah. All those terms, yeah. When you're reciting the chart, you don't say it. So when you're reciting the chart, it's gonna sound exactly as follows. Huwa huma hum, hiya huma hunna, anta antuma antum, anti antuma antunna, ana nahnu. That's how the chart is going to be recited. But you want to just know the terms, know what those terms are referring to. So if I ask you, describe for me hunna. Give me the three qualities of hunna. You're going to need to be able to say jam'un, ghaibun, mu'annathun. That makes sense? So when we're saying the chart like we say the ABCs, right? We're just saying what's in green, that's it. But when we are identifying the different aspects of it, then we want to be able to use the terms to identify those and describe those terms.
And how do you say the first person?
متكلم. متكلم. Yes.
Have access to this thing.
Yes. Yeah, this will be added as a slide. Generally speaking, I like to write the chart out instead of just posting a chart, because then you can write it out and have your own little arsenal of charts by the end of this class. But yes, after we go through this, then this will be put onto the slide. So in case you missed anything, want to review something. Yes.
And the third person, that's you said غائب.
Third person is غائب. غائب. Right, yeah. Anything else?
Is for the second masculine, is that a noon? Nalilun?
Second person masculine. This is a lot. حاضر. Anything else? Make sense? Pretty clear, pretty straightforward. All right. Let's go ahead and come back here. Let's look how the book talks about this concept. All right, so we'll just turn to our book now. Until we get our book shipped, is it possible that we get a digital copy of them? Yes, it is linked to the doc. So you have to go here, click on this, and it will take you to a link of the book. All right, so all of you have access to a digital copy of the book already. Takes a little bit to load, but you guys have it, okay? This book right here. Okay. So again, we don't follow the book super strictly. We use it more as a supplement. And so because of that, we're not really going to be going in order from start to finish. We're going to be just doing little selections. So we can have everybody turn to chapter 18. This is on page 111. Yes. Mm-hmm. 111. All right, chapter 18, an introduction to sarf. Right, we've covered this information already. We're just going to be getting a little bit of a different angle on it. We'll be learning some new stuff in 18.1. What is sarf? Sarf is the study of word patterns and how meaning can be derived based on these patterns, right? Keyword pattern here. It is a mechanism through which you can learn to recognize the pattern of a majority of words in the Arabic language. With sarf, you can also construct a multitude of words when given a single word. All right, so you're given one word. You can construct many different words based off of that one. Okay, we're already familiar with that. We covered this concept already. All right, these are some new terms that we're going to want to memorize for next week. Al-jamidu wal-mushtaqu. Al-jamidu wal-mushtaqu. Mushtaqun, words, are words that you can do the sarf of. They follow a particular pattern and can be manipulated and transformed. For example, allama, to teach, is a mushtaqun word. Okay, what are we saying here? The word mushtaq literally means derived. derived and derivable. Okay. Meaning there are 3 root letters that you can make new words out of. Allama, to teach. Alima, to know. Ilm, knowledge. Alimun, scholar. Ma'lumun, something that's known. A'lama, to inform. Ta'allama, to learn. Right? All of these different words have the same 3 root letters, somewhat of a similar meaning, and we're changing it by adding some letters, by adding a shadda, by doing different things. Okay. So it is derived and derivable. We can change it, we can alter it, we can modify it to make something new. All of the words that we study in this class, every single vocabulary word that we will be memorizing in this class will all be mushtaqun. And the vast majority of words in Arabic are mushtaq. Jamid, static. Jamidun words are words that you cannot do the sarf of. They cannot be transformed. For example, Hamza, Ra, Dad, Ardun, land. It's a jamid word. They are not derived from anything and nothing can be derived from them. Okay? You cannot do any sarf of this word. It is the way it is. You can't really do a conjugation. You can't make a table. You can't make a chart out of it. That's the word. Most words in Arabic are mushtaqun and some of them are jamid. In our study of sarf, we will concern ourselves with words that are mushtaq. Okay, so all of the vocab that we have in this class, all of the words that we will be doing are all mushtaqun. They are all derived and derivable. We will not be looking at static words. Okay. On your own time, you can read the Quranic gem, the uniqueness of lafzul jalala, the word Allah. Historical difference of opinion. Is the word Allah mushtaq or is it jamid? Is it derived from something or is it its own unique term? You can read that on your own time. 18.2, the parts and the container. Okay, so we looked at the lafz in Arabic. We divided it into 2 categories. Every single word in the Arabic language is either mushtaqun or jamidun. We're putting jamidun to the side now. We're looking at mushtaqun words and we're going to divide that into 2 further categorizations. Every mushtaqun word is made up of 2 elements. The parts of the word and the container that the parts sit in. Okay. Part 1 is referring to the root letters. Root letters. In Arabic, this is called the jidr. The root letters. The second point, the container that the parts sit in. This is referring to the pattern. In Arabic, we call this the sigha. These are terms that we're going to want to stick really close to. The root letters are the jidr. The pattern is the sigha. Let us explore these two elements in more detail. The parts. Every word in the Arabic language has root letters. The majority of words have 3 root letters. And that's going to be what we're covering in this class. There are 4 root letter verbs. You guys will cover that next year. What we'll be covering this year are just the 3 root letter words. These are called thulathi. Thulathi. 3 root lettered words are thulathi. These root letters are what we call the parts of the word. The same parts can be poured into many different containers, right? So they're kind of trying to draw on this imagery that you want to view root letters as individual ingredients, and the pattern are these different containers you pour them into, okay? When different containers hold the same parts, they also share something in common in terms of the meaning of the word. Meaning if I have the same 3 root letters, just like what we did earlier with allama, right? We add some letters here, we add some letters there, we add some shadda here, something there. It all has the same meaning of knowledge, right? They give that example here as well. Take a look at the words below. Notice that the parts, the root letters, ayn, lam, mim, appear in every word. But the spelling and the shape, the pattern, the container is different. Although the meanings vary, they are all somehow related. Allama, he taught. Ta'alimun, education. Muallimun, teacher. Alimun, scholar. Ta'allama, he learned. Ilmun, knowledge. Ma'lumatun, fact. A'lama, more knowledgeable. Okay. Muta'allimun, student. A'lama, to inform. All these different words that have different patterns, they all share ayn, lam, mim, so they all have something to do with knowledge and information. But the pattern is all different. The technical term for the parts or root letters is jidr, right? We already wrote that up above. Memorize this term and use it. As for the terminology pertaining to each individual root letter, it is modeled off of the word fa'ala. So when I have any verb, when I refer to either the first root letter, the second root letter, or the third root letter, I will be modeling it based off of fa'ala. The first letter is called the fa'ul kalima. The second letter is called the ainul kalima. The third letter is called the lamul kalima. Is this page not in the book?
No, it's
Part of it is just
part of
like
it.
that.
It's like modified. It's like a.
Kalima is not in there. I mean,
Oh, this whole paragraph is not in your guys' version of the book?
It is a page later.
oh,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a page and then you're over here.
Okay.
This page was.
Yeah, that comes later on down here. Yeah, this is just a different edition. That's fine. Cool. You guys have the 3rd edition? So it's on the cover. Oh, it doesn't say? Oh, they changed the year. Okay. That's fine. Same information. All right. So first letter, fa'ul kalima. Second root letter, the middle root letter, ainul kalima. Third root letter, the last root letter is called lamul kalima. So these are simply the way we talk about what root letter we're talking about. So if I have, the word, if I have the word muta'allimun, and I ask you, what is the fa'ul kalima in this word? You would say, ayn. If I ask you, what's the ainul kalima? You would say, what's the lamul kalima? Mim. It's just the way that we label first, second, third root letter. The container. The container refers to the pattern or the shape of the word. It is the frame in which the parts sit. In any given word, every single thing aside from the individual 3 root letters is part of the container. So this includes all of the voweling, all of the harakat, all of the additional letters, anything that's added in the middle, in the beginning, in the end, any shadda, anything like that. All of the voweling and all of the letters, extra letters, are all part of the container. Yeah. Is that a question? Oh, sorry. When it comes to containers, we have what we call the family. All right, we're going to mainly be using the term bab and verb form. And we have what we call the family members, the sigha. These are the different patterns. Almost every family has the same family members, okay? What that means is all of our different verb forms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they will all have a past tense. They will all have a present tense. They will all have a command, all right? So every verb form has the same patterns in them, but they're all gonna have their own unique special characteristics. Yeah.
What's the Arabic word family?
Bab.
Bab?
Bab, yeah. Family, verb form, bab. Al-bab means door.
Okay.
Yeah. Bab, depending on what science you're working in, can mean different things. In the context of sarf, bab means the verb form. It can mean door, it can mean chapter. When you guys are studying fiqh, every single chapter is called a bab. Bab al-tahara, bab al-salah, bab al-zakah. All of them are called babs. Every chapter when you study hadith will be called Abwab al-ilm, Abwab al-fara'id, Abwab al-raqa'iq. All of the different chapters are referred to as bab. So it depends on what the science is that you're working in. Okay. Introducing the family members, all right? The different patterns, we did this on the chart in the slide, right? We have the past, the present, the past passive commanding, idea, concept, all right? And it's just giving you some examples here. The first 6 are all verbs. Past tense, verb. Present tense, verb. Verb, verb, verb. And then 7, 8, 9, 10 are all nouns. The concept, the doer, the thing it's done to. Okay. So there's 10 here, and I promised you guys 8. So what we will be learning soon enough is that category 6. We're not going to treat it as its own separate thing. Why? Because it is derived from here. If you know the fi'l mudari', you automatically know the nahi. There's no reason to separate it into its own category. As well as the dharf. I temporarily X that out as well. It is derived from the ism maf'ul. Okay. So that leaves us with 8. These are the 8 major concepts, all right? The nahi exists and we'll be learning it and we'll cover it. The dharf exists and we'll be learning it and we'll be covering it. But the way we get those, because it's already derived from something else already on the list, I don't like to categorize it as something separate. So 8 major categories. We have 2 that are offshoots, but there's 8 core principles that we are going to be covering. Yes, Muhammad?
Do we have to memorize the family number Arabic terms?
We'll do that when we cover each concept, right? So the entire first semester will bring us through all of these 8 for only one verb form. Kind of that's like the breakdown of the academic year. The first semester is all of the really, really, really new material, and we're only doing one verb form. Just verb form 1 on all of these 8 categories. So when we get to each chapter, that's when you memorize the term. Right? So you don't need to worry about it now. But eventually, when we cover the past tense, you're going to want to know that it is called al-fi'l al-madi. When we cover the doer, you're going to want to know that it's called ismu fa'il, etc. All right. Each one of these family members, both ism and fi'l, is a container. Each family member looks different depending on what family it belongs to. The shape of the container varies from verb form to verb form. So the past tense on verb form 3 is going to look different than the past tense on verb form 5. They look different, but they share a similar characteristic of both being past tense. Within each family, however, within each verb form, a given pattern will always look the same. The pattern will maintain the same shape regardless of the parts they're in. So if we look at, for example, at this example that they give us here, right? All of these are verb form 4, ism fa'il. That's what you want to be able to just have be something automatic. You look at this word, you know the verb form, you know the pattern. All right, so all of these are verb form 4, ism fa'il. We see that they all kind of sound the same. Muhsinun, mufsidun, muslihun, muslimun, mushrikun. All right, so they all have the same pattern, different root letters in them. The technical term for family member is sigha. We talked about that earlier. That's the word for pattern. Memorize this term and use it. Okay. So that's pretty much the main things that we want to get from this initial chapter. The rest is just talking about the different verb forms, but we'll get there when we get there. But any questions on what the book talks about in terms of clarifying the jidr, the sigha, something being jamid, something being mushtaq, etc.? Any questions on that? Yeah. So basically the book is using the term family to refer to verb form. This is our numbers 1 through 10. All right, there's 10 verb forms that we will be covering in this class. And they're using the term family member to refer to the sigha, to refer to the past. Is it present? Is it command? Is it doer? Is it active participle? Is it passive participle? All of that stuff. That makes sense?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the family is the, what is it?
The family is going to be the verb form.
Okay.
All right, so the verb form is referring to a set of 10, right? The first semester will be only doing verb form 1. So that's kind of all you need to know for now. We're only,
So thing is the family.
the
Like
whole,
1 through.
yeah, each one is a separate, like family 1 is its own family.
Oh,
Family
okay.
2, own family. Family 3, own family. 4, own family.
Okay,
Okay, so each different verb form is a different family.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you need to know from that graph? Like from that,
From this,
yeah.
in terms like what do you have to memorize?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, nothing at this point. This is mainly just for information. We'll memorize each of these terms when we cover them in detail. This is just an overview. This entire table is an overview of what the entire first semester is going to be about. So each one of these you can think of like its own chapter. Fi'l al-madi will be its own chapter. You can memorize that term when we go through that chapter. Ism fa'il is its own chapter. You can memorize that term when we get to that chapter. Make sense? So this is just an overview of what we will be covering. So we'll be covering verb form 1 with these 8 patterns. Yes, Muhammad?
Sorry, I'm just confused between al-bab and as-sigha. Like I don't know what the difference is between the verb form and the family members would be.
Yeah. So basically the difference is that each verb form is numbered from 1 through 10. Each one of these will have 8 patterns. Verb form 1 will have 8 patterns: past, present, command, doer, passive, etc. Family 2 will have the same thing: past, present, etc. Family 3 will have the same thing: past, present, command, doer, etc. So there's basically what it's trying to convey here is that all of the verbs that we have in the Arabic language, we can boil most of them down into 10 different categories. Each of those categories of those 10 will have all of these family members. We'll have past tense. There's a way to do past tense of verb form 3. There's a way to do past tense of verb form 4, verb form 5, verb form 6. There's a way to do passive of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a way to do passive participle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's basically just clarifying that the sigha, the individual pattern, will be unique to whichever verb form you are falling under. If that makes sense. If it doesn't click right now, we will get into this in more depth, but what we're focusing on just for the first semester is only going to be one verb form. So that's all you really need to know, that we're only dealing with one verb form at the moment. Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
Verb form 1 is fa'ala, right?
Verb form 1, fa'ala is included in verb form 1. Yes. They do have names. We'll cover that when we cover it, but for anybody that's itching to know, verb form 1 is called thulathi mujarrad. Thulathi mujarrad. Yes, I saw another question.
And are there any words that don't fall into any verb form?
Any words or verbs? All verbs will always have a verb form.
If you take the root letters of one of the verb forms, you put it into another form, what's that mean?
Yes, you can take the same same root letters and put them on different forms, different verb forms, and they'll have different meanings, but something shared. For example, alima, verb form 1, he knew. Allama, verb form 2, he taught. A'lama, verb form 4, he informed. Ta'allama, verb form 5, he learned. All right, so all of them have the same root letters, but they're on different families and they mean slightly different things. Rania.
Do you have a chart with the different verb forms, the 1 through 10?
We will be covering that throughout the course of the year. And yeah, so that's going to be what majority of this second semester will be about, 2 through 10.
So each one of them will apply all of these family members, basically?
Yeah, each verb form will have the same 8 family members.
A little confused because I thought you said we're just doing one verb form 1, and then you said we're gonna do 2 through 10.
Second semester.
Okay, so first semester, that's 1, second, I got it.
Yeah. Once you have the first verb form down and solid, which is why we spend a whole semester on it, the rest will fly by. Any other questions? Cool. All right, so we will go ahead and pause here. I will update this document with our PowerPoint slide, with our homework assignment, which is to memorize the detached pronouns chart. Review all the material that we covered today. Feel free to reach out if while you're reviewing, any questions come to mind. In terms of how to get the doc, I will send this on the WhatsApp group. Everybody is on it, I'm assuming, at this point. So you can have access to it there, and then I'll also have it posted to the classroom, which I don't think is set up yet. But you guys will have access to it from the WhatsApp group, inshallah. Okay. All right. Subhanallah wa bihamdihi, subhanallah al-azim, subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk, wa sallallahu ala khayri khalqika Muhammad, walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Wa yakum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Just making sure I answer these questions for, yes, until we get our books shipped, is it possible that we get a digital copy? Yes, it is linked up here. So you'll have that link. And then the doc I will be sending.
I didn't do the same thing. Oh.
What time's our next class?
I thought it was now.
Yeah, I thought it was 9:30.
I don't know.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن استنى بسنته إلى يوم الدين. You guys just had Sarf with Sheikh Aisha, right? What was covered? What was covered? Pronouns? You guys know your pronouns? I was asking that question. Okay. Hopefully y'all know your pronoun, huh? Okay. Anything else? Cover pronouns in Arabic. أنا نحن أنت all of that stuff. Yeah. Anything else? Huh? Okay. Anyone have all the Arabic pronouns memorized? Try that again. Anyone have all the Arabic pronouns memorized?
By next
Huh?
Wednesday, yes.
How many pronouns should give you guys? In reality, they're 12. Repeated, they're 14, but in reality, they're 12. Grant, you know them?
I think so.
Yeah, what are they? You're doing good. It's 6 for 6.
And Tuma and Tum and T and Tuma and Tuna and Nahnu.
Good. That's all of them, right? And he said 14. In reality, they're 12 because, right? Homa gets repeated and Tuma gets repeated. Anyone else? What's your name again? Go ahead. Good, mashallah. Who else? Ahmed? Oh, that's a mixed bag right there. It's probably if you go like this, then you're gonna end up with like biryani and burger and like it's gonna all be mixed up. Then you're gonna not know which ones you memorize. Order is very, very important. I'll come back to you, Ahmed. Who else? Isa. Sorry, start from the beginning. I blank.
هما
Okay.
أنت أنت أنتي أنتما أنتم أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. I followed you. I'm not sure if your classmates did, but I followed you and you got all of them. Your order was a little different, which is fine, right? Who else, guys? Come on. Come on, guys.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا.
Good. Next.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. You weren't pointing at me when you said anti, right? Okay. Next. Siraj, right? Go ahead.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Next. Go ahead. Abdurrahman, you have expectations to live up to, huh? Your brother set the bar high. Go ahead.
هما هما هم هي هما هن أنت
Yeah, you're right.
أنت أنتما أنتن.
Oh. The boy started identifying as girls. It got really ugly. We're talking about Arabic pronouns. I don't know what you guys like. Anta, antuma.
أنتي أنتما أنتن.
Good. Who's next? Abdullah Chaudhry. You're sitting there. Come on. Go ahead. Next. Sisters. Be quiet. What's your name again? Seven. Go ahead.
هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتن أنا.
Good. Next. Thinking about it. Sisters. Next. Come on, guys. Or I get to pick. It's not going to be pretty. Come on. Who's next? Who is next? Amira, pick one of the sisters. I said it's not going to be pretty. Who are you picking? Okay, go ahead. We all do in life. Give it a try. We'll help you out. Okay, until the next person. What's your name? Remind me. Malik. Go ahead, Malik.
هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتن.
Good. Someone online. Maryam, you ready?
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتي أنتما أنتم أنا ونحن.
Is there a volume on your side?
It's on max.
It's on max? Okay, good. Muhammad.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. Muhammad Ali Ahmed, go.
هو هما هما
Hum.
هم
Uh-huh.
هي هما هن أن أنت أنتما أنتم
Uh-huh.
أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good. Saeed? Was Saad? No, no, no. Oh, dude. Yes. Okay. Who's Saad? Saad, go. What? Good. Abdullah? Ahmed. Uh-huh. Good. Muhammad, you go yet? Good. Perfect. Ahmed, you ready? You sure? Yalla, bismillah.
Yeah. أنت أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا.
Good. Next. What's your name again? Hidayah. Go ahead. May Allah grant us all Hidayah. Go ahead. Huwa. Hiya. Hunna. Antuma. Tuma. Antunna. Nahnu. True story. A couple years ago, I had a sister in class. Her name was Huma. Her name was Huma. You only got to memorize. You got to memorize 11. Narrowed it down. Currently in medical school. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Ahmed, you went? Saeed, right? Saeed? Saad.
I want to call him Saeed.
Is your last name Saeed? Sayyid. Got it. So it's Saad. Sayyid? Saad? Sayyid? Sayyid. Okay. You want?
Okay. هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
See? It was me, guys. It was me. It was my teaching. It was my teaching, guys. It was me. It was me. I put the confidence in her. She wasn't gonna go. Huh. Joseph.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. It's your turn. They told me.
هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنت أنتما أنتن أنا نحن.
Good, phenomenal. Anyone else online? Wanna go? You guys hear the crickets? Crickets. Okay. خلاص. Wanna go?
I could eat it.
Okay.
Um, yeah. Antum. Antum.
أنتِ أنتن. Good, phenomenal. Grant, you were the first person to go, right? So Grant's gonna do something amazing right now. Grant's gonna do something amazing. Oh, students hate me. Grant, you're gonna do something amazing. You're gonna show your class how well you know it. So you know they've all been going هو هما هم هي هما هن أنت أنتما أنتم أنتِ أنتما أنتن أنا نحن. You can do that same thing, but you're gonna do that order backwards.
Starting with the plural or?
Starting with نحن. So the whole chart that they've been giving me, you just do it backwards.
نحن أنا أنتن أنتما أنتِ أنتم أنتما أنت هن هما هي هم هما هو.
I told you, see? See, I told you, right? I know what I'm doing. But so does he. Huh. Huh. طيب. Same thing. Because you know what happens? You know what happens? There's a lot of people memorize the order. I don't know what they're memorizing. Just memorize the order. You know, just, but now he had to kind of follow it, right?
You want to recite Surah Al-Baqarah? نحن أنا أنتن أنتما أنتِ أنتم أنتما أنت هن هما هي هم هما هو.
Phenomenal. Amira.
أنتما أنتما أنتِ أنتم أنتما أنت هن هما هي هم هما هو.
They say I either build your confidence or break it completely. One of the two happens, huh? Go. Good. We're gonna do some rapid fire. So you guys know what they mean, right? Right, just as a quick review. Huwa means he, huma means both of them. It could be used for male or female, right? Hum means them. Them, hum can be used for either all male or a mix of male and female. Hiya is her, huma is both of them, could be used for two males, two females, or technically one male, one female. Hunna is all of them, and it's used when you have exclusively all female. Anta is you male, Antuma is both of you, male or female, two males, two females. Antum is all of you, right? Could be all male, could be a mixture of male, female. Anti is you female, Antuma is both of you. Antunna is exclusively all female. Ana is I, and Nahnu is we. Is that clear? Good. So I'll say the English, you just give me the Arabic, right? But for this to work, I need to know everybody's name. So we got Amira, Rama. Amira, Rama. You're holding class right now. Nurjan, Samira, Salma, Hidayah, Insha, Tayyib, Siraj, Grant, Abdullah, Isa, Sadar. That's S.
SERDAR.
One more time. Sardar. Sardar. Okay. Sardar. Malik, Muhammad, Abdurrahman, Ahmed, Right. Sa'ad. Yes. Sa'ad, also known as As'ad, and Ahmed. Yes. Okay. And then everyone online has their name. All right, let's go. You guys ready? Nurjan, what was your name? Samir. So I'm getting older. It takes a little. A few years ago, I would have had it done, but today. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Salma, she. Good. Hidayah, we. طيب, we. Rama, you, male. Abdurrahman, both of them. Ahmed, both of them. Good. Ahmed, both of you. Oh, sorry. It's two Ahmed. What can we do about this one? Okay, if I say it multiple times, then it's you. If I say it once, it's him. Oh, DJ. DJ, right? Oh, خلاص, we'll go DJ. DJ, both of you. Siraj, both of you. Good. Grant, you female. Good. Joseph, me, I.
Anna.
Good. Rania. Rania, both of them.
Umar.
Good. Muhammad Ali Ahmed. All of you female.
All Antunna.
Good. Isa, all of you female. Malik, all of you male. Good. Amira, both of you. Antuma, good. Insha, all of them. Good. Abdullah, all of them female. Good. I'll pause, guys. You guys can breathe. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Thanks. Okay. Whenever Sheikh Aisha teaches, just because there is some overlap between my class and her class, and you'll see it a lot later on. I usually come in and kind of, review whatever she's gone over. So it serves as a review, and hopefully the next time she has class next Wednesday, she feels like you guys are smarter. Anyone spend some time with the vocab last night? Yes. A little bit. Okay. Raise your hand if you got it all down. Rama, done? Anyone else? Everyone's a little nervous right now. You tell me Rama's the only person that has it memorized right now. Come on, guys. Hey, did you memorize it?
95%.
What's the 5% you don't have memorized?
Like the
You tell me you don't have one word memorized. Okay, go ahead. Okay, I'm listening.
Like one, like those two words. And the salam with aslam. I didn't hear those words.
Okay, so there's 5 words basically. Dhurriyatun fa'run fi'ranun sanamun asnamun. I think you have them memorized at this point. I've just repeated them. I'm pretty sure you're good. Okay, so we're done with this part. Abdullah, better have them memorized. Who has it memorized, guys? Why are you guys hesitant? You guys hesitant? Feel like I'm gonna test you and put you on the spot. Rama, you have them memorized? Sure, right? No hesitation? Mouth. Singular, plural. That's a new one. I miss that day in Arabic class. Huh. Let's see. Amira, Amira, pen.
Um,
Oh, I forgot to mention, guys, I forgot to mention something yesterday. Okay. When we memorize words in my class and when we read or say Arabic, okay, you are required to say your full vowel signs. Okay. So I'm not picking on Amira. Well, I am, but it doesn't matter. But qalam, yeah, you can't get away with qalam. It has to be qalamun. Has to be qalamun. Aqlamun. You have to finish all of your words. Got it? You have to finish every single word. Okay? Does that make sense? So if I say revelation, you can't say tanzil. You say tanzilun. Does that make sense? Good. Grant. Let's go with tongue or language. You know that one? Isa. Tongue or language? Phenomenal. Good. Abdullah, man. He's like me. Let's day. Ahmed. Good. I'm not looking at the screen, right, guys? Saad, chest. Good. Muhammad, how do you say your last name?
Fardeen.
Fardeen, okay. Muhammad Fardeen, okay. Muhammad Fardeen, girl or daughter?
إخوة.
Girl or daughter?
No, sorry. Girl.
Muhammad, if you don't mind me asking, what's your ethnicity, Muhammad?
I'm Afghan, originally from Afghanistan.
Huh? What are you?
Afghanistan.
Oh, Afghanistan. Okay. Girl or daughter? Joseph. Maryam, Khidr. Girl or daughter?
Bintun.
What's the plural?
Banatun.
If you're saying it, Maryam, I can't hear you. Muhammad Ali Ahmed, girl or daughter?
Banatun.
She just said it. She said Banatun.
Okay. Bintun Banatun. Okay, Muhammad Ali, paper or leaf?
Qarawatun.
Waraqatun. How do you pronounce your first name? Mishal?
Mishal.
Mishal?
Yes.
Okay. Mishal, do you have the words memorized?
Kind of.
Okay, you seem a little hesitant. I don't want to put you on the spot. Okay. Anyone online have all the words memorized? It's okay if you don't. No one? Okay, cool. Guys, memorize your words. What day did they have to have it memorized by? Huh? Monday. That's right around the corner. Today's already what? Today's Wednesday. Monday will creep up on you real quick, guys. It will be Sunday and you will have nightmares with me.
Wait, what's the plural of mouth?
Famun afwahun. Afwahun. You said fumumun first. Okay, let's. Huh? After you said fumumun. Okay, all right. Bismillah. Guys, I really need you to memorize your vocab, okay? Please. Huh? Yeah. That second box too. Okay? Like really need you to put your time in. I guarantee if you put in, I said what, you think 30 minutes? I think 30 minutes. For some of you, 5 minutes, it's a wrap, it's done, right? But I think 30 minutes, if you don't know the words, put it in, you say them over and over again. I tell people, and this is not an innovation in the religion, this is just to help you in the religion. I know, like, after salah, perhaps you still do it, perhaps you don't, subhanallah, alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar, right? On the days that you have to memorize vocab, you can pause on that and you can go abun aba'un abun aba'un abun aba'un waladun awladun waladun awladun waladun awladun, and I guarantee you'll have it memorized. I guarantee it. Okay, it is foolproof. All right.
Sorry, I had a quick question.
1 second, Malik, go ahead. How will you be tested on the vocab? There'll be paper, be words on a paper. Draw a sun. No. I'll put man, okay, and you write rajulun rijalun. I'll give you the English, I'll do the hard part, you write the Arabic. Is that clear? Yes? Okay, someone online was asking a question. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Just two quick questions. So
Khadija, is that you speaking?
yes, that's me. Sorry. So like pen was qalam, right? But then you said like what's the difference between saying qalam and qalamun? Like what's the what? Yeah.
What? So she said pen is qalam, and I said qalamun. What's the difference between qalam and qalamun? Okay, so Sheikh Farhan yesterday in the introduction that he talked about that I will be your Arabic teacher as well as your grammar teacher, Nahu, right? Sheikh Aisha focuses on sarf, part of her class. Once again, they're kind of, there is an overlap, so part of her class is also Nahu, but her class is on sarf, which is morphology, the roots of words and how they change. My class is basically to get you to learn Arabic, but also a huge part of my class is Arabic grammar, right? And a huge part of Arabic grammar is knowing the ending of words, right? So for example, all of you from a very young age were taught Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hopefully none of you were taught Bismillahu ar-Rahmanu ar-Rahimu, because if you were to say that, that would be incorrect, right? So the idea is, although when you speak Arabic or when Arabs speak, you may not hear all of the vowel signs because it's not common to speak like that, unless you're listening to someone that's like very eloquent speak, like in the sentence, you'll hear all the vowel signs he said at the end of the sentence. But the idea here is I want you saying the endings of words, because as we get further and further into class, those endings will change, right? And as we begin to formulate sentences, sometimes the last, for example, it'll be al-qalamu, and sometimes it'll be al-qalama, and sometimes it will be al-qalami. But if you just stop, right? If you just stop, even if it's the end of a sentence, let's say the last word is al-qalam, right? And you're like al-qalam. Doesn't prove anything, right? It just proves that you're ignorant of the Arabic language. Is it al-qalamu, or is it al-qalama, or is it al-qalami? And that will all depend on where it falls in the sentence. What role is it playing in the sentence? Okay, so that's why from the get-go, right from the beginning, I need you to get used to saying qalamun and aqlamun. Although they're the same word, Arabic grammar deals with the endings of words and how they end. Does that make sense? Arabic grammar, the focus of Arabic grammar is the ending of words and how they end. Does that make sense? For example, if I were to say, Allahu ghafurun, Allahu ghafurun, Allah is forgiving, Allahu ghafurun, clear? But if I were to say that same sentence and add some emphasis, it would become Inna Allaha ghafurun. Did you hear the changing? Right? It went from Allahu ghafurun to Inna Allaha ghafurun. Right? And that, once again, you'll learn that over time. This deals with Arabic grammar. Why did the word, which means the same exact thing, it's referring to the same being, why in one sentence did it go from Allahu, in the next sentence it becomes Inna Allaha, right? Or, right, when you're swearing and someone's not believing you, you're like, Wallahi, Wallahi. You don't say Wallahu, you don't say Wallaha, you say wallah, he, right? All of that has to do with the Arabic grammar. You may have been using some of this, unaware of why it's in a particular way, but this is what we're here to learn, right? So you can have Allahu ghafurun, inna Allaha ghafurun, wallah, he, right? Make sense? Right? Another example. The word asrun, what does asrun mean? Anyone know? Time. Asrun means time, right? Now you read Suratul Asru, Suratul Asra, or Suratul Asri. Raise your hand if it's Suratul Asru. There's a lot of you not going to raise your hand. I already know this is happening. Suratul Asru, Suratul Asra. Everyone's looking around. Suratul Asri. A lot of you didn't raise your hands. Why is it Suratul Asri? Why not Suratul Asru? Why not Suratul Asra? Isa, do you know? It's a mudaf ilayh. Good. Okay. Some of you will over time learn what mudaf ilayh is if you stick around long enough. Okay. But all of these things, even the surah, wal asri, wal asri, wal asri. You don't say al asru, right? What does insan mean? Man, human being, right? Right? Wal asr innal insan. Now, why not insanu? Why not insani? Right? This is what Arabic grammar deals with, right? Basically, what do you put on the endings of words and why is it like that? Does that make sense? Yes? No, I'm not saying it's grammatically incorrect. I'm saying that when people now, wallahi, generally people won't stop at it because it's you're taking an oath, you'll generally hear wallahi. But I'm saying when people speak, right, you don't hear the endings of words because that's not how people speak. But I'm saying if someone really eloquent is speaking, someone who knows Arabic grammar, you'll hear them put vowel signs, right, throughout the sentence except for the last word because the last word is like where you pause. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go straight to for me it's page 9. I don't know what it is, but it says where it says chapter 1, 3 types of words. Chapter 1, 3 types of words. Is page 9 for you guys? Yeah. All right. It says chapter 1, 3 types of words. 1.0 introduction. The smallest unit in language is the letter. Letters come together to form words. Words come together to form fragments, and fragments come together to form sentences. We will begin our study by learning about the unit that is second from the bottom of the hierarchy words. There are 3 types of words in Arabic. Highlight that part, underline it, circle it, put a smiley face, whatever will get you to memorize it. There are 3 types of words in Arabic. How many types of words are there in Arabic? 3. I will write this exact question or a similar question on the test. And someone said, Sheikh, what do you mean by this? Right, and I'll say, see me in 2025. Okay, I will say, see me in September of 2025. You guys are not laughing. They come back next year. I'll teach you again. There are 3 types of words in. Everyone's a little slow today. There are 3 types of words in Arabic. How many? 3, right? Someone, already I know they're going to write 4. Someone's going to write 5. They're going to be Fajr, Dhuhr, Asr. That's what I'm asking, guys. There are 3 types of words in Arabic. Ismun. Everyone say ismun. Fi'lun. Harfun. Ismun. Fi'lun. Harfun. Tomorrow I will come into class and I will say there are 3 types of words in Arabic. Nurjan, when I ask you, I don't need more time. Need ismun, fi'lun, harfun. Right off that, right? Tonight before everyone goes to sleep, right? Say all of your du'as and then say ismun fi'lun harfun and then do huwa, huma, hum, hiya. Come on, guys. Hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu. Even those of you, by the way, those of you that recited it, like, I'm not satisfied. I need it to be fast. I need it to be like very fast. Okay? Like clear, but fast. Like huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu. Like Fatiha. Hopefully you know Fatiha. Okay? Get it? So, ismun, fi'lun, harfun. I don't want to hear ism. I don't want to hear fi'l or harf. I want to hear ismun, fi'lun, harfun. What are they again? Again? Backwards? Again? Good. He's going to go through each one, but just simple definitions. Ismun, it's more, but we'll just right now very loosely translate it as a noun. We'll very loosely translate it as a noun. Okay? Fi'lun, verb, harfun, particle. Clear? Ismun, loosely translated as a noun, fi'lun as a verb, and harfun as a particle. Every word in Arabic falls into one of these three categories. Let us learn the definition of each. Now, it gives you long Arabic definitions. You don't have to memorize these long Arabic definitions. Yes, sir. Huh? Whatever makes you happy. Whatever makes you particle, participle. I use particle. But if participle makes you happy, then let it be. You know? Huh? Oh, I've always used particle. I've always used particle. But if you, like I said, I'm here to teach you Arabic. You know, fight me on the English terms, it's all good. I'm not gonna put up a fight. 1.1, al-ismu. It says an ismun, not an ism, an ismun is defined as a person, place, thing, idea, adjective, adverb, and more, right? I said loosely translated as a noun, right? But it's more, but person, place, thing, idea, adjective, adverb, or more. Repeat this definition 5 times. No, don't repeat this definition 5 times. Okay, it says in Arabic, once again, you don't have to memorize this, but it says, for those of you that understand some Arabic, it says, كلمة تدل على معنى في نفسها غير مقترنة بأحد الأزمنة الثلاثة. It says كلمة, it's a word, تدل على معنى في نفسها. It conveys a meaning by itself, غير مقترنة بأحد الأزمنة الثلاثة, and it is not associated with one of the 3 tenses. 3 tenses means past, present, future. Okay, that's what it means by 3 tenses. Okay, let us look at examples of each. These are English examples. A few examples of a person would be Muhammadun, Maryam. You notice it says Maryamu. No, it doesn't say Maryamu. It says Maryamu. That is not a typo. That is not a typo, but rather that is part of Arabic grammar. Why is it Muhammadun, but the next name is Maryamu, right? We'll learn that as time goes on. Okay. Teacher, Muallimun, writer, Katibun, right? These are all examples of Ismun. Notice that the name of the person can be specific, Muhammadun or Maryamu, or general, like Muallimun and writer, Katibun. A few examples of a place would be Mecca. 2. Once again, you notice it has one dhamma. That is not a typo. That goes back to Arabic grammar. Medina 2. This is referring to specifically Medina, the city of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay. Madrasatun, school, and market, suqun. You're not responsible for memorizing these words, at least not right now. Okay. The next page, it says a thing is a material object that can be touched, meaning something tangible. A few examples of a thing would be kitabun, a book, qalamun, a pen, ghurfatun, room, sadrun, chest. All of those are from your vocab. Ideas are different than things in that they are abstract and intangible, things that cannot be touched. A few examples of an idea would be alhamdu, which is praise, right? Al-Islamu, the religion. Education, ta'limun, or authority, sultanun. Adjectives are words used to describe other words, and a few examples of an adjective would be kabirun, big, saghirun, small, jadidun, new, old, qadimun. Once again, currently you're not responsible for the words that are not in your vocab. And then it says, adverbs are words that describe how an action took place. They usually end in ly in English, like, right? A few examples of an adverb, only English examples are given intentionally. Slowly, quickly, gently, happily. Clear? All of that, everything that was covered falls under ismun, and will loosely translate ismun as a noun, right? But technically it's person, place, thing, idea, adverb, adjective, right? All of that. No. Don't worry about prepositional phrases right now. Okay. Okay, 1.2, it says al-fi'lu. Al-fi'lu. He says a fi'lun is defined as a word that has a tense. Once again, when we talk about tense, we're talking about past, present, and future. A fi'lun can be in past, present, or future tense. For reference, its technical definition is كلمة تدل على معنى في نفسها, a word that conveys a meaning on its own, مقترنة بأحد الأزمنة الثلاثة, associated with the three tenses. If you remember ismun, it had no association to time. These are obviously, because they are verbs, they are associated to time, right? He did it, he's doing it, he's going to do it. A few examples of past tense fi'lun would be akala, akala, he ate, or qalat, she said. The action is complete. It is something that occurred in the past. A few examples of present tense fi'lun would be yu'allimu, he teaches or he is teaching. He teaches or he is teaching. Tata'allamu, she learns or she is learning. The action is ongoing. It is something that is occurring in the present. And then he says a few examples of future tense fi'lun would be sayuflihu, he will succeed, or sayuslimu, he will submit. The action has not yet occurred. It is something that will occur in the future. And then the last one. Yes. Huh? So for, yes, included in future. Included in future, right? Just, yeah, he's taking it one step at a time. 1.3. 1.3, right? Al-harfu. A harfun is defined as a word that is incomplete unless it is followed by either an ismun or a fi'lun. In other words, a harfun doesn't make sense on its own. Another definition for a harfun is that it is a word that is neither an ismun nor a fi'lun. For reference, its technical definition is kalimatun tadullu ala ma'nan fi ghayriha, a word that indicates a meaning in something other than it, meaning that it needs another word for you to get the complete meaning. If you have a harfun by itself, it doesn't mean anything. It needs that word after it to get its complete meaning. A few examples of a harfun would be ila. One of the meanings of ila is to, or bi, the ba with the kasra on it, like in Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, right? Which can mean with, right? Some of these have more than one meaning. Right now, he's just giving you one. Wa means and, ma'a with, min from, and li with the kasra means for. You're not technically responsible for memorizing these. He's just explaining ismun, fi'lun, and harfun. Okay. Says, for instance, I came from is an incomplete thought. The word from is a harfun. For this reason, it makes no sense on its own and requires either an ismun or fi'lun after it. Okay, I gotta get this off my chest right now. I like this book, but I also dislike this book. I have a love-hate relationship with this book. Okay. My love relationship with this book is that sometimes it explains things well. My hate relationship with this is that sometimes I feel like there's an abundance of English and you get lost in the English. You're like, what are you saying? Right? When it can be just simplified by using a few Arabic words. Okay. So sometimes I'll just kind of skip over the English and I'll be like, don't worry about it. Okay. Okay. Now, you see drill 2 says identify whether the words in the table below are an ismun, a fi'lun, or a harfun. An ismun is loosely translated as noun. Fi'lun is translated as verb, and harfun is translated as a article. Good, perfect. I don't expect you to get it all right, but do drill 2 by yourself, as much of it as you can. If you get stuck on one, move on to the next one. If you get stuck on one, move on to the next one. All it wants you to do is identify each word as either ismun, fi'lun, or harfun. Ismun, circle the alif. Fi'lun, circle the fa. Harfun, circle the ha. Right? Once again, if you don't know, move on to the next one. We'll go over it. You finish, use the extra few minutes or seconds to memorize or review the vocab. All right, let's go over it, guys. Drill 2. If I call on you, read the word. And then just tell me the answer. Amira, number 1. Imra'atun ismun. What does imra'atun mean, Amira? Woman, good. Number 2. Rama. Good. Famun. She said ismun and it means mouth. And the plural is afwahun. Let's go. Abdurrahman, number 3. So what? Don't say anything, guys. No, hold on. What did you say? No one say anything. No one say anything, guys. He's gonna get out of this hole himself. He created it, he'll get it out of it. Number 3, the word is, what's the word? What's the answer?
No, it's I said I'm just stick with it.
I didn't say you're wrong. I didn't say you're wrong.
Am I saying it wrong though?
Grant, number 3. فعل. Remember?
Oh.
Got it? Okay, number 4. طيب. Good. Min harfun. Number 5. Malik. Good. Number 5. Hajarun means rock and it's an ismun. Abdullah in the back. DJ. Sorry, Ahmed. DJ. Ahmed. Go. Number 6. Li is harfun. Good. 7. Muhammad Fardeen.
وحرف
and harfun. Good. He said it means and. Perfect. Let's go. Mishal. 8.
قرية اسم
Qaryatun ismun. Do you know what it means?
town,
Okay, if you don't.
like town.
Town, city, village. Perfect. Rania, 9.
إلى حرف
Ila harfun. Good. Nurjan, 10. Babun ismun. Do you know what babun means? Door. Good. Hidayah, 11. Salma. قالت. She said فعل. إنشاء, 12. Good. Sudurun. She said ismun and it means chess. 13. Isa. That's fine. 13. He said sayuslimu fi'lun. It means he will submit. He will submit. 14. Muhammad Mardini. Good. He said تتعلم فعل. تتعلم. Do you know what it means? No. Amira, do you know what تتعلم means? She is learning or? Huh? Or?
She will learn.
She is learning or you are learning. She is learning or you are learning. Both. 15. Ahmed. Huh? Try that again. What?
Yeah. It's not. It's 15, yeah.
I didn't say it's not.
You're kind of shocked. What is it?
Because like you stopped mid-word. No, it's not. Stop mid-word. What do I want him to say? I want him to say harfun. Yeah, you said harf. I want you to finish your words. Okay? Harfun. Good. Your answer was right. Right? Harfun. Okay. 16. Muhammad Ali Ahmed.
أيام اسم.
Ayyamun ismun. What does it mean?
Day.
Huh?
Day.
Days. This is plural. Days. days. Let's go Khadija Abdul Samad, 17.
رسل اسم.
Rusulun ismun. Rusulun ismun. Guys, one of the vocab words is messenger, right? And the singular is rasulun, and the plural is rusulun. Man, students make mistakes on this. Oh my God, for so long. Okay, guys, from now, singular is rasulun, and the plural is rusulun. Do you hear the difference? Okay, I guarantee 50% of you will make this mistake at some point during this year. Okay, and I will laugh. Okay, rasulun, plural is rusulun. Thank you. 18. Joseph. 18. Let's go, Malik. Read the word. Ma'a, you said? Good. He said harfun means with, and it is harfun and means with. 19, Sa'ad. What? Say it again. There we go. Fi'lun. Good. Yu'allimu, and he said fi'lun, it means he is teaching. 20, Siraj.
سيفلح فعل and
سيفلح, he said fi'lun, he's correct. What is the meaning? Yeah. He will succeed. 21, Grant.
مريم.
Mer.
مريم. Ismun and Mary.
Yeah, it's a person's name, right? Maryamu ismun. Guys, realize that sometimes, like, because I'm teaching and I'm going a little fast, sometimes I'm a human being, I make mistakes, right? I'll translate something wrong, I'll say something wrong. If you think I did, okay, if you're pretty sure, then don't hesitate to correct me. I don't mind, okay? Just make sure you're right when you correct me. Because if you're wrong, I will berate you. Okay, but honestly, if I make a mistake, right? For example, if let's say he said sayuflihu and he said fi'lun and I repeated it and just out of haste I said sayuflihu, he said ismun and I keep moving when in reality he said fi'lun, right? Say Sheikh, he said fi'lun, I think you said ismun, right? Don't hesitate to correct me, just be sure about what you're doing. Okay, good. You guys need a break? Yeah? Okay. 10:49, you have a 6-minute break till 10:55. I will start talking at 10:55.
Are we starting?
Sheikh, we can't hear you if you're starting.
See, I forget to do that sometimes. So we said that a word in Arabic can be divided into one of three categories. Saad, what were they again? Ismun, fi'lun, and harfun. We said ismun is loosely translated as noun, fi'lun as verb, and harfun as particle or participle, if that makes you happy. Okay, now I'm jumping the gun, but it's okay. There are two types of sentences in Arabic. There are two types of sentences in Arabic. Isa, you know what they are? What are they? Good. They are. So give me a second. They are. The first is called a jumlatun ismiyatun. Everyone say jumlatun ismiyatun. Everyone say jumlatun ismiyatun. Everyone last time. Jumlatun ismiyatun. A jumlatun ismiyatun translates as a nominal sentence. And all that basically means it's a sentence that starts with a ismun. It's a sentence that starts with a ismun. Loosely, it's a sentence that starts with a noun. Jumlatun ismiyatun. Clear? So the first type of sentence, once again, is a jumlatun ismiyatun. Everyone, jumlatun ismiyatun. Starts with an ism, or we can say starts with a noun. And Isa, you said the second is? For those of you online, my screen is shared, correct? Second type of sentence is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. Okay? So once again, next test question. There are two types of sentences in Arabic. What are they? Good. Let's try that all collectively. There are two types of sentences in Arabic. They are? Good. I don't want anyone to say jumla ismiya or jumla fi'liya. I'm not saying that that answer is incorrect. I'm just saying that for the purpose of my class, I need you to finish your words. Okay? Jumlatun ismiyatun and jumlatun fi'liyatun. I promise if you trust the process, everything will begin to make sense. Okay? So jumlatun ismiyatun, jumlatun fi'liyatun. Once again, jumlatun ismiyatun starts with a ismun, and jumlatun fi'liyatun starts with a fi'lun. Straightforward? Yes? Okay. We said the first was a jumla ismiya, correct? Jumlatun ismiyatun, we're just going to break it down very slightly on a very basic level. It needs two main components. A jumlatun ismiyatun needs two primary components. How many? It needs two primary components. it needs what's called a mubtada'un. Everyone say mubtada'un. Mubtada'un, which we will translate as a subject. Okay? Everyone say mubtada'un. And the second part is called a khabarun. Everyone say khabarun. And its technical definition is the predicate. Basically, it is what you are informing about the subject. It is what you are saying about the subject. So once again, mubtada'un and khabarun. Mubtada'un, everyone say mubtada'un. Everyone say khabarun. Who already knew this? I'm just curious. Knew it? Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else? Sadma? No? Amira? Yeah? No? See, when you were 4 and running around Egypt is what I was learning. For what? No, I wasn't blaming anybody. I was just saying.
I have a question.
Tell my wife that in like 15 years you might be part of it.
I might be.
I was telling her that you were teaching
Uh-huh.
a student who you like
15 years, I'll be 30. You know, I'm a funny story. I thought about this after class. I'm a very Allah has tested me, so I'm a very picky eater. Very, very picky eater. So you know this. Very, very picky eater, right? So when I was in Egypt, you know, there was a handful of times that Amira's father, Sheikh Suhail, would invite me over to their house for lunch or dinner, and a handful of times in Ramadan, because we spent Ramadan together. So he'd invite me over for iftar, right? And her father, Sheikh Suhail, learned over time that I was very, very picky eater. Has your mom ever told you this? You ever know? You don't know this? Okay. So her mom, mashallah, a handful of times in Ramadan, she made me iftar, right? So she would ask Amira's father, hey, what should I make? So Amira's father would tell her mom, Sada Lubna, that Ahmed's coming over, and you know he's a very, very picky eater. Part of me being a picky eater is I don't like eat fruits and vegetables as much as I should. So like I like meals without fruits and vegetables. So her mom, mashallah, would abide and basically cook what other people might consider very plain meals, but for me they're very, very perfect meals, mashallah. So I would go over to their house in Ramadan, and her mom would cook food according to my appetite or my like, mashallah. You never knew that? You never knew that? Huh? Honestly, I can't remember, but I remember it had no fruits and like it was you know, yeah, basically rice and meat, like it was, you know, just the way I eat it. Okay. So jumlatun ismiyatun mubtada'un. You need a subject and you need a khabarun. You need a predicate. Okay. It's what you're saying about the subject. Okay. Okay. And that's on a very, very basic level. We're not complicating it right now. Right. We'll complicate it later. And we said the second was what's the second type of sentence called? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. When we translated a jumlatun fi'liyatun as a verbal sentence. So what do you think one of the primary components of a verbal sentence are? Huh? a verb. It has to have a fi'lun. By the way, you notice, like, like in English, you go like one A, one B. I went one alif, ba, right? But technically, the way Arabs do it, you don't go like, if there was a third part, you wouldn't go alif, ba, ta. Rather, you would go alif, ba,
Jim?
huh?
Jim?
Jim.
I don't know why.
But yeah, it's just it has its own science to it, right? But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? In English, you go one A, one B, right? So in Arabic, you go like one, and then you go alif, ba, right? But then you go jim. Anyways, don't worry about that. But okay, so gotta have a fi'l. Gotta have a verb. Clear? Part 2 is a fa'ilun. Fa'ilun. Someone said it. What did they say? Doer. Someone to do the verb. No, it's technically not the subject. It's the doer. It's the doer. Someone or something doing the verb. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person, but the verb has to be done by someone or something. Clear? And then I'm adding a third part, and I put a little star next to it because you won't always have this third part, right? It'll depend on the verb, right? But a lot of sentences have this third part, but it's not required for all verbal sentences. Okay? It's called a maf'ulun bihi. It's called a maf'ulun bihi. Who has studied maf'ulun bihi before? Yeah? Yeah? Anyone else on the guy's side besides Isa and Grant? No? Yeah? Anyone online? Maf'ulun bihi? No? Good. Grant, what's a maf'ulun bihi?
It's like the direct object.
Ah. It's called, and I'll explain this. Direct object So the technical definition is the direct object of the verb. The direct object of the verb. And I'll explain that in English.
So
I'll get to it.
they don't need to.
Say it again. Not all jumla fi'liyas. Some require it, some don't. Depending on the verb. Okay. Now, when we say direct object of the verb, right? Think about an English sentence, okay? I opened the door. I opened the door. What is the fi'lun? What is the fi'lun? Open. Who's the fa'ilun? Who's the doer? I, me. And what's the object of the verb? The door, okay? She drank juice. What's the verb? Drank. Who did it? She. What got drunk? What got drunk? I understand how that sounded, okay? Juice. Focus, Arabic, okay? Got it? Make sense? Direct object of the verb, right? What thing received the action, okay? If you say, for example, Muhammad hit Khalid. Muhammad hit Khalid. Do we have any Khalid in this class? No, good. Muhammad hit Khalid. Okay. What's the action? Hit. Who did it? Who got hit? Khalid. Make sense? When we say direct object of the verb, right? Now, you remember a few moments ago, I literally said, not all verbal sentences needed, right? So not all verbal sentences needed, some require it. It all goes back to the verb, okay? Give you an example in English, right? He slept. He slept. What's the action? Slept, that's the verb, right? Who did it? He. Do you need a direct object? No, you don't need a direct object. Clear? Make sense? Okay, so once again, to review, in Arabic, there are a total of how many types of sentences? 2. What is the first type, insha? Jumlatun ismiyatun. She correctly pronounced and finished both words. Jumlatun ismiyatun. A jumlatun ismiyatun needs a grammatically label them. Yes, it needs an ismun, but its grammatical label is what, Rama? Mubtada'un, and the mubtada'un gets translated as the subject, and Amira, it needs khabarun, which is the predicate. It's what you're saying about the subject. And then Sa'ad, the second type of sentence is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. DJ, the first part of a jumlatun fi'liyatun is the fi'lun, which is the verb, and then Malik, the second part is the fa'ilun. Fa'ilun bihi is not a term. Fa'ilun gets translated as the doer. And Sardar, the third is which is what? What's the Arabic term? Isa, maf'ulun bihi. It's the direct object of the verb. That makes sense? Okay? Okay, good. Go back to your book now. Okay. Drill 3, it says identify whether the highlighted words below are ismun, fi'lun, or harfun. Your teacher will assist you with the words you don't know. Write the translation of the sentence below. Okay. Grant, read number 1.
What are you doing?
Muhammadun maridun. The highlighted word is maridun. Grant, ismun, fi'lun, or harfun? Ismun. Perfect. Muhammad, this is a Grant, this is a complete sentence. What does it mean? Muhammad is sick. Muhammad is sick. So write the translation down if you don't know it. Grant, what type of sentence is this? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Phenomenal. So Grant, if it's a jumlatun ismiyatun, we need 2 parts. So you got 2 words and you only have 2 parts. So identify each one.
Muhammadun is mubtada'un.
Muhammadun is mubtada'un. Phenomenal.
Maridun is khabarun.
Maridun is khabarun. Clear? Muhammadun maridun. The word maridun is ismun, means Muhammad is sick. This is a jumla ismiyatun. Muhammadun is your mubtada'un. Maridun is your khabarun. Good? Okay. Number 7, Siraj. Sorry, number 7. Number 2. Okay.
ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة.
Good. One more time in Arabic.
ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة.
Good. ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة. إلى is a حرف. Good. ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة. Do you know what it means? Yeah, Maryam went to the school. Maryam went to the school. Maryam went to the school. What type of sentence is this, Siraj? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. He said it is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. Realize with a lot of these exercises, we'll go a little above and beyond what the exercise is asking of us. Okay? But the basic is what the exercise is asking you to do. Sometimes I try to do a little extra above the exercise. So he said ila is a harfun. He also said that it is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. He said the sentence means Maryam went to the school. Good. A jumlatun fi'liyatun has definitely two primary parts and sometimes a third. What is the first part? Fi'lun. Where's my fi'lun? Dhahabat. Good. And who did the dhahabat? Maryamu, right? So we can classify her as the fa'ilun. We can classify her as the fa'ilun. Okay? Technically, ila al-madrasati is not your maf'ulun bihi, but just leave it, right? Trying to keep it simple. Salma, number 3. Say you one more time. Yeah, say it again. So just the whole thing. There we go. سيفلح المؤمنون. سيفلح المؤمنون. سيفلح is highlighted, Salma, so it is the fi'lun. سيفلح is the fi'lun. Salma, what type of sentence is this? One more time. Jumlatun fi'liyatun. Perfect. Jumlatun fi'liyatun. What does the sentence mean? The believers will succeed. Good. The believers will succeed. Because you identified this as a jumlatun fi'liyatun, Salma, let's identify sayuflihu as the fi'lun, and let's identify al-mu'minuna as the good. What as the fa'ilun. Good. So once again, she said sayuflihu al-mu'minun. She said sayuflihu is a fi'lun. The entire sentence means the believers will succeed, right? It is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. Sayuflihu is a fi'lun, and al-mu'minuna is the fa'ilun. The believers will succeed. Okay, good. Malik, number 4. Good. Al-qalamu fil kitabi. Fi is highlighted. Fi is the harfun. Fi is a harfun. Fi is a harfun. Good. What type of sentence is this? It is a jumlatun ismiyatun. It is a jumlatun ismiyatun. The first part of a jumlatun ismiyatun, Malik, is called a mubtada'un. Where is the mubtada'un here? Al-qalamu. Al-qalamu. Without going into too much detail and keeping it simple, that second part, fil kitabi, the entire thing, that is all of the khabar. Okay, all of it is the khabar. But al-qalamu is the mubtada'un. It is the subject. What are you telling me about the subject? That the pen is inside the book. Does that make sense? Yes? Number 5. Muhammad Farid.
يلعب الأب مع الأولاد.
Good.
It's a
يلعب
جملة.
الأب مع الأولاد. Go ahead. يلعب.
يلعب الأب مع الأولاد.
The highlighted word is a ismun fi'lun or harfun?
فعل.
Good. He said the highlighted word is a fi'lun. Do you know what the sentence means, Muhammad?
Yes, the father is plays or is playing with is playing with his children.
With the children.
With the children.
Okay. So the father plays or is playing. Both translations are right. The father is playing with the children, or the father plays with the children. Good. What type of sentence is this, Muhammad?
جملة فعلية.
It is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. So the first part, yal'abu, will identify it as the
فعل.
fi'lun. And al-abu will identify him as the
فاعل.
the fa'ilun. And that's all we care about right now. Okay.
Are the children the ones that are being played with? So are they the maf'ulun bihi or no?
No, because of ma'a being used, and when those particles come in between, then it gets identified or it gets categorized slightly different. Okay. Number 6, Amira. Fataha Khalidun al-baba. Al-baba is highlighted. It is the ismun, right? Okay. What does the sentence mean, Amira? Khalid opened the door. Khalid opened the door. What type of sentence is this, Amira? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. So let's identify each word. Fataha is the fi'lun, is the verb, the action. Khalidun is the fa'ilun, the doer. He performed the action. And then al-baba is the maf'ulun bihi. It received Khalid's action, right? It is the direct object of the verb. Seven. Yeah. Rania.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillahi. Alhamdu, the highlighted word, is ismun, fi'lun, or harfun? Ismun. Good. And alhamdulillahi means, alhamd is praise and thanks. So alhamdulillah means all praise and thanks is for Allah. All praise and thanks is for Allah. Alhamdulillah. This is a jumlatun ismiyatun. Abdurrahman, number 8. جاء الرجل من القرية. القرية is highlighted. اسم فعل or حرف? Huh? Ismun. Good. What type of sentence is this? Jumlatun fi'liyatun. Good. What does the sentence mean?
Man came from the town.
Yeah, the man came from the town or the village, right? And you said it is a jumlatun fi'liyatun. So identify ja'a. Ja'a is the fi'lun and ar-rajulu is the fa'ilun. Ar-rajulu is the fa'ilun. And we'll stop there for that sentence. Number 9, DJ. Again, one more time. Muhammadun dhahibun ila suqi. Suq is highlighted. It is the ismun fi'lun or harfun? Ismun. Good. Ismun. Do you know what the sentence means, DJ? Ahmed. What does it mean? Muhammad what? Muhammad went. Let's go with Muhammad. Muhammad went to the. You didn't translate souk. Yeah, Muhammad went to the market or the marketplace. Muhammad went to the market or the market. He's going. Sorry, he went. Sorry, Muhammad is going. Sorry, Muhammad is going. You were right. Muhammad is going. Muhammad is going to the marketplace. Muhammad is going to the marketplace. DJ, what type of sentence is this? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Jumlatun ismiyatun. Right? Jumlatun ismiyatun. Let's identify Muhammad as DJ. You said it's a jumlatun ismiyatun. It has two primary components. Let's identify Muhammad as the Nurjan. مبتدأ. And insha, let's identify ذاهب as the خبر. Hold before your question. Go to the vocab real quick. That second box, you see it? It says leaving, exiting, going, coming, returning, sleeping, studying, looking at, worshiping, eating. There's a line above it. It says common asma. Asma is the plural. Asma'un is the plural of ismun. Okay? It says common asma'un, loosely translated as nouns, that translate like actions. That translate like, that was your question, right? That I know. So I paused your question. That translate like actions. Okay, we'll learn the differentiation, right? But because some of you were thinking exactly what Amira was thinking, like, hold up, Muhammadun dhahibun ila suqi, Muhammad is going to the marketplace. That sounds like a verbal sentence. That sounds like a verbal sentence. Why is this not a verbal sentence? And that's why I went to that box. All of those words in that box, right? They are asma'un. They are plural of ismun. They sound like verbs, but the formation of the word in Arabic is that of an ismun. We can form it into a verb, and we'll learn how to do that, and Sheikh Aisha will teach you that whole morphology stuff, right? But the way it is phrased currently, it is a jumlatun ismiyatun. And dhahibun is an ismun. Dhahibun is a ismun, right? So, once again, Muhammadun dhahibun ila suqi. Suq is a ismun. The sentence translates as Muhammad is going to the marketplace. This is a jumlatun ismiyatun. Muhammadun is your mubtada'un, and dhahibun is your khabarun. Let's try that again. Muhammadun is your mubtada'un, and dhahibun is your khabarun. For some of you still wondering, can I take this same sentence, change it into a jumla fi'liya, and basically essentially like, yes, I can say yadhhabu Muhammadun ila suqi. It's essentially the same meaning, right? But now what I've done is I've transformed this sentence from a jumlatun ismiyatun to a jumlatun fi'liyatun, right? It's just that formation of the word dhahibun is an ismun, right? And additionally, that sentence starts with the word Muhammadun, which is an ismun, and it doesn't start with a verb. Okay, we'll pause here. The last, what I do want you to do is, besides everything else that I expect you to do, is memorize your pronouns, not your personal pronouns, but the pronouns that Sheikh Aisha went over. I expect you to memorize those. Please memorize your vocab, and then a word in Arabic can be divided into 3 categories. What are they, Isa? Ismun, fi'lun, harfun. Grant a sentence in Arabic, either one of 2 types, either a good. Muhammad Mardini, jumlatun ismiyatun has 2 main parts. What are they? Khabarun. Malik, jumlatun fi'liyatun has 2 main parts, can have a third. All 3 are the, let's go in order. Fi'lun, fa'ilun, maf'ulun bihi, right? Besides knowing all of that, the last thing I want you to do, drill 3, right? Drill 3. There's 3 more sentences. ضرب موسى البحر بالعصا كسر إبراهيم الأصنام and محمد رسول الله. For those of you that are new to Arabic, all of you won't have to do this, but for those of you that are new to Arabic, this is your first time studying Arabic, just practice reading. I wasn't going to tell you to do the last 3 by yourself. Just practice reading the 12 sentences. Just practice reading the 12 sentences. That's all I need you to do. Tomorrow I need you to be able to come into class and say, Muhammadun Maryam ذهبت مريم إلى المدرسة سيفلح المؤمنون على القلم في الكتاب. Practice reading the 12 sentences until they flow off your tongue naturally so that you can say all 12 at speed with looking at them. You don't have to memorize the 12 sentences. Got it? Good. We will see you tomorrow, inshallah. Yes, Sa'ad. Is what? No, 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 no.
Can you like?
Yes, yes. Right. Almost, yeah, almost without fail. Almost without fail. Huh? No. All right. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Sheikh,
Yes.
did you see my message?
Who just asked me that?
Muhammad Ali.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Whoa, where'd he go? Mohammed, did you see my response?
I do not. Oh, actually, no, inside I see it. Yeah. Okay.
You did?
Inshallah. Yeah. Inshallah.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Writing something.
Assalamu alaikum.